Unless you have multiple accounts. Thank you so much, Emil. Appreciate that, man. That's funny. Thanks for the £5 there, man. That's awesome. Thank you. Cheers, man. That's amazing. Do you plan to live stream the travel? Les asks. When I travel, absolutely 100% yes. I was supposed to do the travel across the U.S. I was gonna drive and check out everything. So yeah, I will definitely do that. Here's Orchidelia. This is awesome. I'm gonna have some food and it's all good. Good question. Maybe on the thing over there. I don't know if those if the skids are still there. Sheldon Burt, thank you so much. Head to Coventry, police are there. Yeah, we're gonna see what's going on first. We're gonna see now. She was there, Orchidelia was there. But like I said, we'll see what's going on. Before I can even get there, we'll know a little more of what's going on, but yeah. They're saying something's going on at Coventry Road over there, but we could. She's willing to drive over there, guys. How far is your car? Close? Guys, if you want to go there, I think we can make that happen, guys. You know what? I think I'm going to say yes. So let me eat first, and we might go over there. We'll check it out for ourselves. She'll do a drive stream. We can drive over there. If you guys want to do that, we can do that, and we can put the rumors to rest. We can go see what's going on. So I can eat something really quick, and then we can fly over there. William Johnson, thank you so much. Truckers we trust. This is WW3.
Well, whereabouts are you from? Wasaga Beach. Oh, okay. Out by Toronto area then. I guess north, right? Wasaga, is that?
Near Barrie.
Barrie, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I kind of include Barrie as part of GTA almost now.
No. That's pretty far away from GTA.
Yeah,
You can start walking here.
Yeah, okay.
I'm getting cold.
No problem, bud.
You talk to your people on there?
A little bit. Sometimes I'll stop and I'll go through the chats and stuff. But no, what I was gonna say is, I live south of Hamilton, near Port Dover.
Yeah, I know where that's.
Yeah.
Lots of hockey tournaments there.
Yeah. And so that's where I am. So it's about a 6-hour drive. I'll go home for 4 or 5 days. And
yeah, see, the police I've been watching, they're they're just OPPs.
Yeah.
So they go around up and down the streets like that. They're just they're not doing anything. They're not saying anything. Just kind of showing that they're there.
Yep. Well, there's nothing to do.
Kind of. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've already talked to down here. Did I say that to you? My family's from. I'm not gonna say, but anyway.
Yeah.
I was talking to OPP down here, and straight out, I didn't even ask for nothing. Straight out, he goes, "Yeah, this is really peaceful."
Yeah.
Like it was in his face and everything. So yeah, this is really peaceful.
Well, I mean, I get.
You get the odd. Even the partner with CCD, even they said that there's the odd drunken guy or something like that.
Yeah.
You're gonna get that at any festival or
anything. Yeah. That's probably more Friday, Saturday night crowd too.
Yeah, but people got to look at this many people, this long, and not have a broken window. Now that broken window that people have been hearing about, that was from a resident that was pissed off and was arrested. It was on video.
Yeah, anything violent has been from against me.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. You have a dog? Dog?
All right, bud. Take care, buddy. Thanks. All right, I'm gonna keep going. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have said it was part of Wasaga as part of GTA, but to me, GTA is so big, it just basically goes all. Well, I know you guys don't know what I'm talking about. Greater Toronto area.
Guys, I have a place to sit. Just give it a second. Visit this street. Let me see. Do you know if there's Starbucks that way?
Starbucks, it is one day.
Oh, next street.
No. Keep going to Cynthia on your left.
Oh, thank you. Oh. Okay. Oh no. Guys, I'm looking for a car. 1 second. 1 second. Food is not gonna get cold, it's boiling, guys. Oh.
My heart.
How old is your mom, Cynthia?
She is 78. 78, and she's in distress. I'm her closest person. But unfortunately, also, my stepfather and them, all they do is listen to the news. So in a month's time, I went from being the most important person in her life to being someone who believed in something that was very stupid. And she really kind of backed off. He does love you.
I'm sorry to hear that, Cynthia. Thank you for sharing your story with us. I really appreciate it.
I just want to see my mom. Sorry.
How about we just do a little a little hug here. Thank you for sharing it.
So let's win this.
You heard Cynthia, guys. Get down here. We need boots on the ground.
Please, we just need people. We need to make sure that we are heard. No
Cynthia,
matter how long it takes.
Cynthia would like to see her mother, and if you come on down, Cynthia is gonna pour you guys the best coffee scraps you've ever had in your life. Thank you so much, Cynthia. You have yourself a great night. Quite emotional, guys. Quite emotional. Hear a lot of stories like that. Meet a lot of great people down here. Coffee scraps, courtesy of Cynthia. Get down here. Cynthia would like to see her mother. We've talked to so many people with similar stories such as that. Otto Scotty YouTube's channel just dedicated to bringing you the truth. Here's the truth, guys. We got garbage bags on each one of these pylons. And have a look at the streets. This is all the truckers. They've been shoveling every night. And here are the shovels right here. We got people like Cynthia down here cooking up meatball soup and snacks and coffee. It's the best, guys. It's really the best. We're getting, here's something that we like to see right here. Jerry cans.
That's a Justin Trudeau designer purse.
Oh my God.
Oh my. It's the latest thing out. High demand.
Oh my God.
You can't get these just anywhere.
I love it.
Only
I love
in
it.
Ottawa.
Right on, right on. And you're right. I love it.
Makes noise.
A couple dollars in there or what? Where are you guys from?
We don't have much left after what he's done to us.
Okay,
but
okay.
We did go all out, threw a few coin in there.
Where are you girls from?
We're proud to be from Peterborough.
Peterborough, and is it tonight your first night down here?
Oh gosh, no. We're
Okay.
regulars.
Okay, so you're going back and forth.
We're going back and forth.
Okay.
Well, we come, we stay, we go home and regroup, come stay. Go
Yeah.
home.
Well, just real quick. I mean, why? Tell us quickly why you're here and how COVID has affected you guys.
Oh, COVID has ripped our families apart. COVID has made some of us lose business and jobs. And COVID to us has had really no impact on us health-wise. We believe that there was a lot of cures that were available that were not given, and that those have been withheld from Canadians. And if we had those measures in place for early treatment, then we wouldn't be where we are today. There's something far more going on.
Right. And sorry, what's the first name?
Lynn.
Lynn from Peterborough. She's down here with the Justin Trudeau designer purse. So we need all you guys to come out here, like Lynn, and bring your designer purses. Maybe some of them will have fuel. Maybe some of them won't. You never know. Take care, ladies.
Independent media right here.
Right up, boys. What's going on? Coffee scraps. What's up, boys?
What's going on?
Yeah. Okay. Who are we?
Indie News Now.
Indie News Now.
What's yourself?
You Ottawa Scotty. You Ottawa Scotty YouTube's channel.
Okay. You Ottawa Scotty.
Yeah.
Awesome. Ottawa Scotty.
Okay, we gotta subscribe to each other. Are you guys YouTube or?
Yeah, YouTube. We just started the channel though, Indie News Now, and it's hard to find. So I do got the QR code. I can give you the little thing, but you got your phone all set up.
Well, we'll follow you, and then you'll see us follow you.
Yeah.
You might have 1 million followers or whatever at this rate. Because everyone's here. Everyone wants to know what's up.
What media are you from?
Myself, You Ottawa Scotty YouTube's channel. You Ottawa Scotty.
You as in
you Ottawa Scotty with a Y. All one word.
Okay. And you're with the movement? You're for the movement?
Oh. Yeah.
No mask.
Yeah, boys.
Well,
Well,
got a whole bunch of stuff up. You're going live now.
That's
hey, look,
true.
I'm looking at myself.
hey, look, it's your handsome face.
Oh my gosh, I'm
And
accepted.
two handsome faces, two handsome Canadians.
There's a third handsome face over there, but you guys probably already know that.
YouTube.
I got him here.
You got him?
Yeah, boys.
You Ottawa Scotty.
That's
Have
right.
you been here for a while, telling everyone what's going on?
14 days, boys. 14
Oh no, this is someone else. Interview with you, Ottawa Scotty.
That's right.
That's not you though.
Boys, you'll find it. You'll
We'll find it. We'll find it. Love you, man.
I love you.
You just tried to say it an extra 50 times, so if anybody didn't see it, we got
Yes, got you, boys.
All right.
You guys have a good rest of your night.
you. Sir, is that hot chocolate?
There's some scraps of coffee down there.
Beautiful.
Take care, boys.
Evening, man.
Yeah. All right. The boys are having a good time. You Ottawa Scotty's having a good time. Y'all want to help out You Ottawa Scotty YouTube's channel? You could donate through PayPal. You want to go to my website, my email's on there, www.youottawascotty.com. We got some media here. Let's check this out. Hi guys, how are you?
Okay, good.
Could I have 1 minute of your time? I'm really curious. Is this your camera here?
Yeah.
I'm really curious what news network you're with.
It's called News Nation.
News Nation?
NewsNationNow.com. It's in America.
Oh, okay. That's really interesting because it's only American news outlets down here. So News Nation?
It's only American news outlets? I don't know about anybody else covering.
No, it's we've had NBC, Fox, and RT. I was here today, but no Canadians. No Canadians. Unreal.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are
So
you CBC or?
no.
I'm sorry. We're working.
Oh, I'm
We
sorry.
can't say here and talk all night.
It's like,
I have something answered your question.
Yeah.
NewsNationNow.com.
News
Go ahead and
Nation
look
Now.
at the website.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
Sorry. Thank you. Because I made this up as if CBC.
Okay. What's the name? News Now Nation?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay, News Now Nation. little salty boys, if you ask me. But they're working. Come on, they're working up in here. News. I forget the name there. They're busy. Busy working. Let's go, boys. All right. Hey, News Nation in the house. They be busy working up in this piece. Hey, how are you? Y'all hanging with you, Ottawa Scotty, YouTube's channel. Having a great time on our Wednesday night. I'm feeling good. We've got some coffee scraps here. Listen to some blues. That's right. Lots of puppies out tonight. Nice and warm. Yeah. Cheers, boys. Having a good night. Whoa, shit. Hey, I almost need a paramedic there for a second. I almost had a fucking fail. Jesus. Almost cracked my head open there. Oh my god. Hey, girls. Yeah.
Hope going into like end of lockdown to make a little bit more money and not depend on like government assistance.
Right.
But you know, it's going on week 2, and I'm still seeing like barely anything. So, I mean, we've gone through so much already in this industry that we can go a little bit longer. You know, perseverance and everything. But
You think?
you know, I just wanted to stop. They should leave. You know, like get an agreement. People need to sit down and agree to something. You know.
Yeah. So like work together more.
But like something has to be given to them. You know, some concessions have to be given to them, and it's time. You know, it's just I don't believe that just kicking them out is gonna resolve things. I think something has to be given to them, and everybody protesting. But I don't know.
So you think instead of like a divide, we should kind of work together more, both?
100%. Yeah, because I think there has to be something, a compromise, you know?
Okay, yeah. For sure. And how much longer do you think?
We'll do a quick drive and then continue it along. Yeah, we're staying live. We are staying live. Staying alive. Oh yeah, we are staying alive. All right, now. Damn, that was spicy stuff. That was pretty good. All right. Oh my God. No garbage? Nope. Okay, we're good. We're gonna throw this garbage out. Love that idol. Yeah, R&R, big ups. Hey, he's killing it since he can't use the horn. Chaz says stay, nothing. I know, Mosh. The only thing is, Orchidillia already got the car ready. She's already waiting. Nice work, man. Thank you. I'm gonna put the garbage out. Wow. All right. Yeah, there's probably nothing going on, but I know she already got the car, I'm sure, unless she didn't get the car. I'm gonna walk towards where she is. So, how you doing? It's good to see you again. Yeah. Thanks, Doug. Hey, for the people, man. We're doing this for the people, for you guys. We got to do it. So I'm gonna walk quick down here. In a car, it's not very long anyway. Not long of a drive. What the heck? We could do a quick drive over and see what's going on at Convention Road there. 3,600 in the chat. Wow, we might get 10,000 likes on here. Thank you. If you haven't already gave me a thumbs up, thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Don Ring, thank you so much for that. Damn. Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Not necessarily very much appreciated. Thank you so much for that. Wow. Nothing's happening. Yeah. Okay, I believe it. I believe nothing's happening. Yeah. I know. I know. Cops are... Yeah, I see. I see. Don't know where she is. Okay, hang on. Let me see what... maybe she sent me a message. One sec here. No, I don't see anything. I don't see anything. It's all blocked off until we get down here. Let's just see. We'll jump in the car. She's got the car ready. If she doesn't have the car ready, then that's okay. But we just see what's happening here. I'm walking down the road. Keep an eye out for me. Okay. Yep. Pause that for a second. A little phone glitch there. Okay. Geez, thank you for that. Just saw that now. Brian, thank you so much for that. Brian, damn you kids. Of course, I love that channel name. Thank you so much for that. Brother, get some Fisherman's Friend. Yes. I do have some Holstow for sure. But yeah, Fisherman's Friend's pretty good too. JKS Roofing, bring a DJ. That's what they want at Ground Zero. Yeah, I know I should, right? Frig. Start DJing, get the tunes going. Yep. William Johnson, thank you so much. Best live stream in Canada. Thank you so much. Travel Fun 69. Cheers. Thank you, William, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. And each and every one of you guys watching. Live at no raid. All right, so that he's live for real now, yeah. That's okay. We're not in a car. It's only a couple-minute drive, right? So what the heck? Why not? We can go check it out. If she's already got the car ready, then we'll go. I'm just trying to see if she's already got the car ready. Steve P, $25. Pack of smokes. Where's Freedom? Hey, big up Steve P. Wonder where she is. I don't see her car. I left her a message. Let's see if we can get. All right. I'm just walking straight down. I'm not really sure where I'm going. I'm just walking straight. I'm relying on her to find me because I don't know where she is, so.
It's not going to be soon.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for coming to Ottawa.
Oh, sure.
We really love having you.
I'm very glad to be here.
Yeah, we really love having you guys in Ottawa. And,
you know, you speak just like my friend's father.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I am your friend's father. You never know.
You know what? Maybe you are.
Are you with Fox News
We're all somebody's father.
Yes.
Sometimes.
True. Are you with Fox as well?
Well, at the moment I'm just standing here. Innocent bystander.
Boys, the boys from Fox News, they're looking a bit bewildered.
So do you work for CTV or CBC or?
Definitely not.
Okay.
Definitely not. You won't find them down here, I'll tell you that. But, well, I haven't seen them.
Well, we're all for independent newscasts.
Yeah, I haven't seen CBC. If I saw them, I would tell you. I haven't. So far, NBC was here last night. We've seen you guys here today. We've seen RT was here up on the hill, so that was cool. But it's really interesting that there's no Canadian media here. What do you think about that? Why do you think that is?
Yeah, well, we have a silent lake just down the corner. We have a silent lake just down the corner.
Okay.
Just down, are you local?
Well, I live in I lived in Ottawa. Yeah. Okay.
Well, we have many silent lakes in and around Ottawa.
Okay, you're referring to my toque?
I am. Because you see, the camera only goes one way, so I have to do the.
Let's see here. Okay, what he's talking about is my toque. It's a silent lake, and okay, I don't actually know where Silent Lake is. I got a lot of my clothes for. I'm pretty sure this toque came from Value Village, so.
So what was the question again?
I have no idea. Pleasure to meet you, my friend.
Yeah, pleasure to meet you.
You have yourself a great night, and hopefully we'll see you guys.
Oh, sorry about the headlamp.
No problem. We'll see you guys later. I have no idea what that conversation was about, guys. I think. I'm not sure if that was funny. Fox News up in the house on Parliament Hill. What do we have here? Convoy hurts people. I think. Hi. Hi. How are you?
So this is a new area for me. I have not been out here, so. Obviously they're cooking some food. Lots to eat. There's not a shortage of that. That's been going on all day. Isn't that the truth, eh? Sorry. And ain't that the truth? I don't know how far this goes. It's going to be pretty much it there. Lion and Albert Street. I see some more trucks on the side there, but we'll start heading back. Get back to Parliament Hill and see what's on the stage right now. Okay, guys, so I'm going to start heading back to Parliament Hill here, see what's going on the stage, and pretty much got a good idea of the surrounding area. I know there's areas where there's people who, like the truckers, are parked outside of this main area, but I don't know where those spots are. Pretty quiet. It's funny, you get pockets of areas where it's just really quiet, and then you get in other pockets, lots of people. Just want to thank everybody for coming in and watching this. Just trying to catch the truth, I guess. The media will just cherry pick certain things and put their spin on it, as we all know. So I'm down here just trying to see what's really going on, supporting the truckers and they're ending all mandates, basically rights and freedoms. So probably take about 3 or 4 minutes to get back there. As you can see, pretty quiet. There's no violence. There's no, look at all the hockey sticks.
No, we're gonna go down. Let's go. All right, thanks. You like that? Freaking cold.
Yeah.
I couldn't see you.
Oh, here's the truck I wanted to show.
Question for you. I know you're recording.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
I've been walking around today. I noticed that. See how they cleaned it off and put those on?
Okay.
It looks like it's from today.
No, they've been on before.
Because there's a truck down there that when I came in last night at 3 o'clock, half the W was ripped off.
Okay.
There's a brand new W. So they cleaned it and put a W on that
Well,
big truck on the far side.
I seen probably about 3 or 4 days ago another YouTuber show this truck.
Oh, so they're just cleaning it
I
off.
think they're just cleaning it off. Because I just was walking there and I go, oh, that's the truck I was looking for, because I just noticed it now.
There's been talks about a raid, and apparently there's snipers around, but I haven't spotted any, although it is dark out. Probably, yeah. So many windows. Yeah, very well could be. All rumor. just tuning in now, this is Ottawa, and we're here at 302 Coventry. Is that Jeff? Let's go see him. Hey man, what's going on? Yes, I did.
Well, we don't know what's. They just told people to be here, so.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Have you come down here before?
I have in the daytime, not today, but a few days back. No, I haven't. Is it? Yeah, and I didn't want to do that, so no, for sure. Yeah, no, exactly. Someone invited me to go in one of the tents, but I just said, you know, it's fine. I'll just walk around and.
It's nice weather, so.
Yeah, exactly. It's not too bad. Hey, Jeff. We got Trial of Fun 69 in the house.
Lost the stream for a couple kilometers.
Oh, did ya?
We heard you're in there. We're like, oh damn, we got to come down here and see what's going on.
Yeah, might as well.
But yeah.
This is where it's happening. So.
Yeah. All right. I did a quick tour at the beginning of the stream just to see what's going on, but it seems pretty.
I was following. I was eating dinner while you were doing it. Like, it's okay. Follow Ottawa. He's doing the boots on the ground for me.
If I'm not watching Viva, I'm watching you two.
Oh wow!
Oh, thanks.
So.
Appreciate
awesome.
it. Appreciate it.
You guys are great coverage.
Peter, thank you. Thank you so much for that, man. Thank you. Yeah. So here you have it. Do we miss anything? I guess just a little bit of action. Nothing much happened. Nothing.
We got like 30 minutes ago. So.
Been pretty quiet for me here.
Yeah.
Last time, you guys remember when it happened here last time though?
No.
I saw the footage. I wasn't here, but yeah, I saw the footage. Everything.
We're thinking like 9, 10.
Yeah. Ground zero guys. So we are here.
I gotta make phone call.
Yeah, go for it.
Orcadelia did come through tonight. Yeah, she rushed. She grabbed the car. She drove me there, and if you need to ride back too anywhere, we'll definitely take you if you need. Right?
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Yeah.
I know it's gonna happen as soon as one of you guys leave.
She's gonna go down. Yeah, no, that's what they've been saying. Yeah.
My drone's back at their room, and I got no drone on me either.
Oh,
dude! Send the drone up.
Dude, this is the drone night. For sure.
Yeah.
True.
Frig. See that, guys? I gotta bring the drone.
Hey, thank you for that.
From now on, though. I'll have the drone strapped to me tomorrow just to make sure. Appreciate it, guys. So yeah, we're still here. Sorry about that outage. I don't know what happened there was. Last couple kilometers, no service, no signal.
You mentioned you went on a pay-as-you-go now?
Yeah, I had to. Rogers wouldn't do anything for me.
Okay.
I already used all my data bumps, so I purchased like add-on packs. I use about, oh man, this month probably about 200 gigabytes already.
Jesus, yeah.
So,
I'm getting up there, yeah.
I had to. They wouldn't do anything for me. I was on the phone with them for 2 hours, so I'm like, okay, I'm going to the store and just pay. I just bought a pay-as-you-go SIM card. It seems to be okay.
Okay. With Rogers as well?
No, they're just whatever the first cell phone shop I saw.
Okay.
But it seems just besides that glitch, it's been strong all day.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Ottawa, right? Make sure you sub him up too, guys. If you don't know who Ottawa is, make sure you sub him up there. Here he is, man. He's live.
We got Jeff from Travel Fun 69.
Are you there yet? Are you there? He's almost before 100.
Yeah, geez, that's wild.
Wait, you have 100K?
I'm at like 90 something.
Guys, if you haven't subbed him up, we want to get him to 100K,
that's amazing.
Man. We got to get him to 100K.
That'd be pretty cool, man. I'm not gonna lie, it would be pretty cool.
Can I pitch my channel?
Of course you can, absolutely. I think I've seen your channel, actually. I think it was your video that I saw, was it 2 or 3 nights ago? I think
probably, yeah. I haven't gotten you yet, so.
Okay, yeah, appreciate that.
We got a comedy show called Plowboys on YouTube, guys. PLOWBOYS. Check it out. We got 600 subscribers. Like, went from like 80 to, oh, nice. Yeah. Went from 60 to like 600 in like 2 days. It was like mind blowing. These guys are the best. The streamers are the best. The Streamers are changing everything. This is like the crazy stream revolution. Plowboy guys, comedy show. Check it out. It's all on YouTube. Season 2 shooting this spring.
Amazing.
And Plowboy's the next season. You know what I'm saying?
Plowboys.
Yep. It's wicked.
If you guys like funny stuff, you like dark humor, check that stuff
Absolutely.
out.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Appreciate that.
We
man.
love our streamers. You're the best.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, man. Sizer, keep it going. We'll keep it going. Yeah. Of course, if Big Tech wants to keep it going, we almost lost all you guys. We lost half the chat
I
already.
heard that was happening. Yeah.
Frig.
I had never had any issues.
Really, no issues.
Yeah.
You know?
I have had issues quite a bit, but I don't think it was anything connected with that.
Whenever I Google a stream, like honestly, his comes up like first.
Okay.
Like usually, yeah, it does. So maybe they're like, that's the guy.
It should be him because you know what?
I know.
It knows, the algorithm knows that he belongs here, and I belong in Toronto. Right. So naturally, if I'm going to cover Toronto, like I cover Toronto, my subs skyrocketed that night. I think I had 6,000 subs. I think about 5,000 or 6,000 subs just in Toronto that one stream.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts. But I mean, like
he's the Autobox guy, you know.
Yeah, so it makes sense that his should be fair, and rightfully so.
That's right.
Yeah. Apparently, if you're low subs and you start streaming right now, like they'll cut your viewer count.
Yeah. They throttle it down. Of course.
Follow Nucci Man.
Actually, I have a screenshot of YouTube saying that to another.
Yeah.
I have that. You can go. The screen went black. Say we are whatever the hell the terminology was. Because a channel is not a big channel, but because there's so much interaction with that channel, we're throttling you down. We're not giving, we're not even showing your channel to
They don't
other...
want people to go viral anymore, I guess.
Yep,
so
yep, they don't, yep, it's horrible. Let the big channels get bigger, let the small channels suffer. That's exactly,
That's crazy.
That's exactly what it is, yep.
Wow. Well, it's a good thing you guys are here just working. You're working, you know, so you're building up your channels.
That's right,
Yep. Oh, man.
What's great, though, is like people aren't necessarily left or right. You know, it doesn't really matter for this.
100%. Yep.
Just people, you know.
Same.
They like freedom. It's basically
same common goal. Yeah.
Absolutely. This is Ground Zero, boys and girls.
This is my first time here, so I'll leave you guys to it.
Yeah. Cool. This is my first time.
Check it out.
I haven't been down here at all.
Thanks. Plowboys.
Awesome, buddy. Sub them up, man. Sub up Plowboys. Sub up Ottawa. I'm determined. He's going to get 100K tonight. He's not allowed to go to sleep until he gets 100K.
Okay, all right, that's a challenge.
That's a damn challenge.
That's a challenge.
Thanks for becoming a member, Canadian Rebel. Thank you so much. Damn you kids, love that name. Thank you so much for that. And everybody, let's get him to 100K.
That would be. Thank you.
Anybody got refresh on Ottawa's streams? I know it's tough for us to do it. What is he at right now? What is he at? What's that? 90.
So far, we've seen a couple news outlets. Quite an eventful night here on Wednesday. I think that, you know, if anything's going to happen, my best guess would be in the next couple days. Thing is, as far as the counter protesters are concerned, it would be best if I think they would. The problem is it's just the white supremacist stuff and racist stuff. Like that's. They automatically lose when they start throwing that stuff out there because you can automatically discredit them right on those two premises right there because we know now that that's not the truth. Couldn't be further from the truth. But it's still interesting. I wish I could have talked to her because it's interesting hearing what they have to say. If you want to hear some of we did manage to interview a couple counter protesters earlier in the evening, and a lot of common themes happening there, which are interesting. it seems like there are a cross section of people in society that really are fearful and really sincerely believe that or really want to believe that you know, there's racism and white supremacists around. I don't really know why that is, because it's really not really based on anything. Maybe based on prejudices from 100 years. I really don't know, guys. I can't. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. If there is racism happening here, I would be the first person to stand against it, and I'm sure everybody in this chat room would as well. That's nobody on the planet that I know, or I shouldn't say nobody on the planet. That's kind of naive of me to say, but I don't know a single person that likes or wants racism. Here's something we'll look at real quickly here. Part of the mind games that we like to play. So there's a gate all around the War Memorial right now, and sort of sends a message. I think it's the Ottawa's way of sending the message that we're fearful and concerned for the War Memorial. We're so concerned that we had to put up a gate, and yet there's not a single person here. The only people we see are people shoveling out a walkway. Not really sure. Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. It's just a lot of mind games happening here. Lots of mind games. Okay, let's go down here. Let's see what's happening down here. I'm trying to be. That's right, kind of taking the bait. I think that they should not be revving their engines. I think they should just because when they're doing that, they're kind of, she does have one point on her little sign there that is true, and that is causing a lot of noise. If they were just to sit there and not react at all, that would probably be better, but you know, it is what it is. One thing's for sure, she has nothing to worry about being down there. There's none of those people down there will harm her in any way. I can assure you that. Thank you so much, guys, for your donations to You Ottawa Scotty YouTube's channel. Really appreciate the support. Helps keep me going here. I'm trying to report on this every day. This is my second live stream that I've lit up today. Talked to Christian yesterday, delivered some money for Christian. I'd like to meet up with Eric here and check on him, see what's going on with him. And if you like You Ottawa Scotty, you like hanging with your boy You Ottawa Scotty, please like and subscribe. It's Wednesday night. Having a good time. I can see Eric sitting in his truck. Let's go talk to Eric. See, I'm glad Eric is around. What's up, man? Yeah.
Hey, I'm back.
I was going to come down and see you guys down on the Parkway, but how's everything going down there?
I'm not there anymore. I'm in a hotel room for now.
Okay.
I ended up getting the place.
Okay.
For a couple days anyway.
Right on.
Yeah. Don't know from there where it's going to be, but 2 days I got a place, so I'm good. Yesterday and today, so.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Where are you at now?
I'm staying with some truckers from Ontario at Sheridan.
Nice.
Yeah.
So they just invited you.
They knew I was sleeping in our car, so they said, you know, we've got an extra bed in the room. If you want it, it's yours.
Really?
You know, so been helping them with some getting some footage of their own up and stuff like that as well. And
that's amazing, man. That's so nice to hear. Yeah. So where do you go to tonight? Just
out doing some filming. I got gentleman I'm staying with is a photographer. He's letting me try some of his other lenses so I get some different type of shots.
Wow, that's so awesome.
Yeah.
That's great.
So he's trying one tonight that he just got, and I'm trying this one. He used it earlier today. He says you might get some good video with it, so I'm just trying to see how it works.
Okay.
But I'm still planning on staying here for as long as it takes. I'm hoping to be home by the 14th. If I'm not, well, even if I am, I'm hoping to find myself a nice little Valentine by then. Joys of being single in the city. There's a lot of it. I hear a rumor though.
Hey, man.
It's a possibility when this is all said and done, there may be a new baby boom.
Well, I mean, there's definitely been a relationship exodus, I guess you could say, with the COVID situation.
Oh yeah.
Lots of.
Well, I've met a lot of interesting people, made some great new friends. And,
yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
You know, I'm sure you have as well.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Let you do your thing.
You too, brother.
Yeah, we'll see you. Oh, I'm sure I'll see you.
Our paths will cross many more times, I think.
Okay, see you.
Blessed be the way, my brother.
Right on. Good to see you again. You see a lot of familiar faces out here. See Gabriel, I think, and Eric in his truck. We'll check in with Eric very shortly. Guys, thanks for hanging out with you, Otto Scotty, on your Wednesday night. This protest is still going strong here. We've got lots of supporters out tonight, and lots of stuff happening down here. Hi. How are you? We'll come back up. We'll come back up to see Eric. Eric's the driver of this truck right here.
This is the media. This is so much bullshit. This is the stuff that we need to be exposing, guys. This guy was not here at all. Now he's got a little chair like he's been there all day since noon, he said. So full of shit. He's gonna go. I'll come back here in 10 minutes and that guy will be gone. That guy will be gone. Such a liar. Such a liar. Sets up like he's been here all day. That's hilarious. I don't care if he's there, but don't make a big video about you've been here all day when these truckers have been here for 12 days and you're there for 5 minutes and you're trying to get the same exposure. Complete BS. Complete BS. I got in behind their video. I ruined it, and he knows it. He knows it. So that's all right. Fox News is awesome. Love Fox News. Love Fox News. Fox News is here, guys.
You Ottawa Scotty YouTube's channel.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
You Ottawa Scotty with the Y.
Okay.
And you got close to 4,000 people watching you right now. From...
Hey, you're live.
Oh yeah.
On what?
YouTube's.
Okay, on YouTube. Okay. Peace, everybody. Peace and love. Woo!
Yeah,
It's like a magic bubble as soon as you walk into this place. I
is.
just got here for the first time. Since I'm live now, I'm like, I have to tell you all, I got hit with this like love bubble as soon as I walked just where I started, where the truck started. I walked into this love bubble, and I was hit with this like, I didn't know what to expect. I was hit with this weird energy of like love.
You know, it's funny because
I started crying.
Yeah.
Right
Well,
away.
I mean, it's a very stark contrast between the market and where you pass that line there.
Yeah.
It's immediately like sort of like a release, I guess you could say. It's a strange feeling.
It's so unified. It feels just like I don't even know how to describe it. There's a little piece of heaven here. That's all I can say.
It's hard to pinpoint, but yeah, I feel it too. I don't.
Maybe the way Woodstock might have felt, or something like that.
I thought so too.
Maybe, but kicked up a notch or something.
Like
Maybe.
it's gonna take me like an entire year to digest what's actually happened here. I'm just kind of riding the wave. I don't actually understand anything yet. All I know is that I like it, and it feels good.
It feels good. That's what it's about. Our feeling, right? It's what's going on inside of here.
We love you so much. I'm so happy to bump into you tonight. And Shanti from the earth. Take care. Everybody's having a good time here. We've got our boys carrying the jerry cans. And what Shanti is describing is for anybody that's watching from around the world, or Mr. Ree, thank you for your donations. Really appreciate it. Shanti was cool. Hey, what do you guys think of Shanti? Thank you. I am the news. I guess I'm the news now. We should go back and visit the news. See if Fox is lighting up a newscast right now. What was that news station that was kind of spicy? Remind me of the name with that, what was it, World News? What were they, guys? What was that? You guys really like Shanti, eh? You guys love Shanti. I'm taking Mrs. U Ottawa Scotty's playing a gig right now. But yeah, Shanti is a very, very nice, and Shanti's taken too. She's got a husband in Kelowna, BC, that I guess she can't see right now because she can't get out there. So maybe some of you fellas in the comment sections might have a chance, maybe, small chance. She was a freedom lover. We got a jogger. Got to get your exercise in, boys. Something that I haven't been able to do. Just got these rotten feet right now. Oh, sick. Okay, guys. Thanks for hanging with You Ottawa Scotty YouTube's channel. Loving you guys so much. Basically just grown exponentially and continue to grow. This YouTube channel is just blowing up. We can't keep up with all your emails and calls and messages. There's just so many of them. We just really cannot keep up with it. But we are trying, Jayla and I are trying to read them all and respond to as many of them as possible. Yeah. Just coming down here every night, just trying to get the lay of the land and feel the vibes, and the vibes are good tonight. They're good. All right. Got a little barbecue happening over here. These interesting looking barricades sort of quiet down here, but I can guarantee you if this thing keeps going till Saturday is going to be a party like you've never seen before. And I should remind you guys, the Ottawa residents, they'll come down and enjoy the party, but these guys here, if you talk to them, hey, Brian, listen, I got something for you, man. Dish. Here. Hold the camera for a sec here.
All right.
Yeah, very good.
There you go.
Yeah. This is from a viewer, actually.
Seriously?
He gave me money to give to you.
I'm going to tell you a story. I'll give it back to you to do it.
That's to pay your ticket there. I'm glad that we found Brian here, because
the reason I want to do that is I've been getting money. I keep giving it away. I just gave a young fellow $100 over here because they're broke. That's where this is going.
Okay. Okay, guys. So,
somebody did a live interview with me the other day. I didn't even know they were doing it. They're holding their phone down here, and I didn't know they were doing a live. By the time she's done, she got my email, and by the time I went 30 feet to my car, I had like $500 given. Another 100, another 150, 400 the next day. It was like $900. So I've been handing it out to some other people who need it, and it keeps coming, and I keep giving it.
okay.
But you know what? That's what we're about.
Well, Brian,
so thank you very much.
That's from one of my viewers to do with what you please, and I'm sure that they're going to be happy just to know that you got the money.
It's going to go to two boys right now who are sitting over in a car. They had no heat. I gave them dry socks the other day. They almost started crying. I gave this to him money here a minute ago, and he's really out of the car and gave me a big hug. And if you want to get it on camera, I'll take you over now.
Let's do it. This is what the Freedom Convoy is all about here, folks. So whoever donated this money to Brian, we can get this on camera right now. And I'm so happy we actually found Brian. Hey. This is the kind of generosity that we've been experiencing down here. It's unprecedented generosity, love, and support. And it's amazing vibes down here, just unreal. So we're going to deliver some money that was given to me, that was given to Brian, and Brian is going to repatriate that to this young man here.
People keep giving me money, right? I tell you, keep giving me money.
I don't have a word, man.
He talked to me the other day on here. One of his viewers.
Your friend?
Yeah. Okay. One of his viewers sent me money.
Okay.
I don't want it. You need it. Huh?
No. What the fuck?
That's it. You heard that? He interviewed me the other day. Interviewed me on here. And one of his viewers sent me money. I don't need it. So I'll give it to you guys.
Thank you very much.
All right?
God bless you, brother.
Good luck with everything you're doing here, man. Stay here, man. We got you, man.
This is what it's about. Others. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Brian.
Tell him thanks.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We'll see you soon. That's what Canada is all about right there. You witness it on camera, folks. That's what Canada is about all right there. That's what this Freedom Convoy is about. It's what it's all about, boys. Some just beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff going on here. Thank you, Tower of Star. I really appreciate it. Some amazing generosity and support. The vibes here are electric.
Hello. No elbow. No elbow. I don't want to egg him
He's
on.
running away. He's running away.
Dude, I got the live stream going. Thank you for the super chat.
Hey, you want super chats?
I don't know what.
Well, I can't get my channel monetized.
I can't see, but without my reading glasses. What?
How long did it take to get your channel monetized? Let's see. When did you put the monetization on?
I had it monetized before COVID or before Convoy thing happened. I had it monetized like actually December 31st.
How long did it take you to get when you selected monetize?
A week.
Oh, see, they're taking forever. I mean, I could be doing super chat.
Yeah, no, it was super quick.
Who this guy go?
Yeah, no, I just want to let the police know that this guy's coming through. That's all. All right, there's the excitement. Ty Roaster Garage, by the way, you guys can go sub to him. Awesome videos. So, okay, so he's gone anyways. So we'll start making our way back. Thanks. For the super chat, by the way, let me grab my glasses here to figure out who did the super chat. $5, thank you very much. Mayo Meow. Oh, awesome, thank you. My gift. Okay, Tire Roaster is going to chase him. No, he went. The guy went into Subway. Tire Roaster's right here. So.
Okay, bye.
All right, dude. So we're still live streaming, by the way. So.
So he went down in the subway and he ran.
Oh, he's gone. Okay.
And I said, "You better run and hide, buddy." And he yells, "I said, go!" I said, "Come on!" So I tried to draw him out. And get him up here, but he hid in the corner. So yeah, keep an eye on those guys.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let the cops know.
Well, that's not gonna help. You need to get faces on camera.
Well, I got him on camera, but I don't think his face because, well, first of all, he's got a mask covered up.
If I seen that guy doing that, I'd run up behind.
It says it does. I don't know.
Well, most cell phones can only operational temperatures they only go as far as 0 degrees Celsius. So you shouldn't be using these phones.
So basically, you got to keep it plugged in to keep it a little bit more warmer, right?
Warmer somehow.
I got to figure something out. I don't know. Hopefully, this is going to withstand. Orchidelia's phone withstood, but I don't know. This is going to be epic. That's freezing cold, man. But that's not going to stop you. You're still going out. We're still going out.
Oh yeah.
If something's going on in Toronto, I'm going to be. I don't know. I'm still waiting to hear. If something happens in Toronto, I will cover that in Toronto, and then I'll bounce back here later. Okay. I just don't know. There's police. Yeah. What's going on here? Interesting. So we're almost at the start of the convoy here, and we'll do our thing. Oh, man.
Thank you all for tuning in.
Darcy, thank you.
Very much appreciated.
Thank you, Darcy, from Ottawa. Thank you so much. Byword, yeah. What the hell's going on there?
Oh, it's the byword. So police being there is not.
Oh,
nothing
yeah,
out of
yeah.
the ordinary, but.
I remember when, man, I used to come down here to the parties. Oh my God, it was epic, epic times. The boys and I would go down there, get a hotel. Oh my God, it was so much fun down there, man. Boys' night out. Oh God, so much good times.
Have you been here during Canada Day?
No, never.
It's almost similar to what we experienced this past week.
Holy frig.
Yeah, it's wild.
Absolutely amazing.
Shoulder to shoulder.
Jeez.
Hey.
I actually don't even. I had cash. I just gave it all away. Sorry, brother. Yeah. Gave it to the Jamaican guy at the car over there. He was talking. Yeah. Nice guy, man. He shed a tear there when it was really good stuff. Nice guy, really cool, positive vibes. River Table, thank you so much for that. Lost my job too now. Running YouTube channel. Any chance you can share my link with anyone. Can follow me. Absolutely. Type it in. One of us will find it out. Thank you. Thank you. So much quieter, you know, compared to the first day I got here. My ears are ringing from.
I haven't had to wear my earplugs for the past couple days.
No, I know. It's different kind of protest, guys.
Thank you guys for getting me to 100K. It's unbelievable.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Wait for that email, man. That email's gonna come in and
Unreal. Yeah.
epic. By the way, you know, with 100K, the power that you have, and when I mean the power, you will be assigned a manager, a YouTube manager, directly to you.
Oh, okay.
So if you have any issues, it's none of this problems if someone steals your content and all that stuff. No. If you have an issue, you talk to your manager. They work for you.
Okay, wow.
That's how it works.
Huh.
It comes with the suite.
Okay.
That's why everybody wants 100K.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And if
Yeah.
channels any trolls try to take you down, you're almost like you got that extra protection.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah, that's more important than anything else. You have an account manager from YouTube.
That's good.
Will be assigned to you, a personal account manager that you can call, you can email anytime. Yeah.
Okay.
It's absolutely amazing. Steph Fran, thank you so much for that. Adverse reactions to, oh yes, I see that. Yep.
I saw that on you guys. I'm just gonna go back to doing walking videos in Ottawa. Elsewhere that I travel.
There's always going to be content anyway, absolutely.
I'm always gonna create content.
Yep.
So.
Oh yeah. Cheers, guys. Big ups Portland Andy. The hot dog army in the house. Don't hear any music. I know they had some music earlier. Jeff Mack, if he's still streaming this, I don't know. Cheers. Wonder what happened. They walked all this fuel in, but yeah, obviously no issues there. This guy moved up a bit. Remember, he was parked down there.
Right
Yeah.
here on the intersection.
Yeah, he was down there before, right? I remember that. Quite the amount of people, though, for Wednesday night, I gotta say. Big ups to the chat. Yeah, we're killing it here. Poor Toyota has, yeah. Poor Toyota, absolutely is, yeah. He's got the horns. Oh, that's funny. Cheers, guys. 2,900 people in the chat. Subscribe, like, share, all that good stuff. Subscribe, share, like that stuff, all that stuff. Good stuff. Thank you, guys. Sub up Autowalks too as well. We just got 100K if you're just tuning in.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to head over to Parliament, so thank
Yeah.
you for the ride.
Yeah, that's okay, yeah.
We'll keep in touch.
Absolutely, man.
What was your name again? Like
Jeff Lepard, yeah.
Lepard?
Yep.
L-A-P-R-D.
L-E-P-A-R-D, yep.
Okay, sounds
Yep.
good.
Yeah, you hit me up. Yeah, hit me up.
We'll get in contact.
Oh yeah, I'm all over social media. If you have to send me a message, whatever, I'm the easiest guy to find. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, man.
All right, man.
Appreciate it.
That's Jeff from
All right.
69. Give
Cheers.
Let's get up to 30K tonight.
Ah, beautiful, man. Appreciate it. I'm not asking for it, but I love it, man. And I love each and every one of you guys too. Thank you.
All right. So long, everyone.
All right, man. We'll meet up soon, man. Thank you. Cheers. Yep.
Appreciate it.
Alrighty. Yep. Awesome. Just want him to do his thing. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Yes, 100K he got tonight. Absolutely epic. Absolutely epic. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Oh, I believe it. I believe it. You know what you guys should do is start a site so that we can see all the people that are doing lives.
Ah, yes, it would be true. Yeah, some people are doing that. They have them scattered.
I'd love to.
AC presents Ottawa Police Theater. Ah, that's funny. That's funny. I wish I could fill up a trucker with gas, but I can't finish my movie if I'm in jail. This is how I started, and now I've been married for 15 years. Lady needed a hoot. She's a bong blaster. Bongs for a stunt. My kind of girl. Guy in front of you is Butler Outdoors, so I missed him. I don't think he's in front of me anymore. Huh. I don't know. Beep, beep, Muffin Mouse. Oh, yeah, I wanted to ask, have you seen Muffin Mouse? I miss Muffin Mouse. I haven't seen her in chat. And I love Muffin Mouse. Don't worry about that stupid, I forgot his name, Russell Brand. He's an idiot. It was fun while it lasted. Don't let it bother you. I'm not bothered at all. There's one thing that I love is when people are trying to bully me and find out that, you know, I love bullying bullies. Or when people try and pull a fast one on me with their Photoshop driver's license and shit, and then find out, whoops, wrong guy. That guy knows about dissecting evidence. Well, I may not know about it all, but I know people who do. And I happen to have a friend who knows about the encoded numbers with the birth date on a driver's license from where Russell Brand was. So we figured that out quick. It was fun to play with them, but it was even more fun to bust them. You know, somebody spent time to Photoshop that license and thought that that was really gonna work. Unfortunately, they were wrong. And it was a lot of fun proving that to them and pointing out how stupid they are and bad at photoshopping evidence. So don't worry about it at all. I'm not worried. I would really like to see you in chat. I know that you were a little bit hard on yourself about that whole situation, but I really don't want you to worry not one friggin' iota about it. She's good. Muffin Mouse to the front desk, please. There you go. Exactly. Exactly. 847 likes. Holy smokes. Chat, you're the best. I'd call Trudeau a clown, but clowns, don't worry about it, Muffin Mouse. I love you, please. It means absolutely nothing. You had tried. You got fooled. I got fooled by just a total idiot, and don't worry about it at all. I called Trudeau a clown, but clowns do whiteface. Yes. Not to worry, Muffin Mouse. I promise you. Stunt dummy, I sent Russell Brand a message telling him people are impersonating him. Here's to keep shouting him out. Maybe he will hear it. Russell Brand! Russell Brand! We love you, and we know that you love these truckers. The Russell Brand would think SD is a beautiful, spiritual, glorious soul. I hope so, because that's what I think of him. I think he's magnificent. Everyone is watching my work. Right on. Clowns are useful. They are entertaining. Right. Muffin Mouse, a bunch of messages, Russell for real, so maybe he will come. It's all right, whether he does or he doesn't. You know, this was never expected to be something that blew up overnight. I always thought I was going to be in it for the long haul. She was depressing for a long time because there wasn't much growth, no matter what I did. But my subs and everything has exploded. And you know what? I'm extremely, extremely happy with what's been happening here. And I'm not disappointed at all in any way. You know, they say the greater the risk, the greater the reward. It was worth it to take the risk and contact him. It may have been true. Crazier things have happened. It wasn't true, but now we have something to talk about. So it's all good. Seriously. Do not worry. The only thing I'm worried about is you being so upset because of some idiot that you feel like you're not welcome in chat. That worries me. You're more than welcome here. Not a problem at all. Yes, please send Muffin some love. Please. She was trying to help me, and a scammer got the best of both of us. Got me too at first. So they were really, really good at what they were trying to do. That's for sure. I'm actually pretty sure it was the cops. I can't imagine anybody else doing that. To the extent that they went through to Photoshop watermarks and all that stuff. Anyhow, doesn't matter. There we go. We got a fence. We got a fence. I heard Blackface was coming. He's coming once again. I haven't felt my freedom since I don't know when. Oh, we're signing this one now. We're signing this one. Nova Scotia to BC. Nice. I love this. This is so great. Thank you for fighting for everyone's freedom. Love from Ottawa. Damn straight. Farmers grow it, truckers move it. Oh shit, they got mechanics in there too. Nice. There we go.
Thank you for
Sorry, bro.
That's awesome.
I love this.
Yeah, man.
Thank you for being here and doing it. And I love this sign. I'm a heavy truck mechanic.
Are you really?
Yeah, I am.
Brother, right on. I'm the.
Come on, focus. There we go.
That is deadly. Look at that. Yeah, you're fucking geared up, son.
Huh?
You're geared up.
Yeah, I am. Because I got.
This guy's running all the mechanics, preparing the fucking convoys.
Are you?
I'm the mechanical coordinator for this.
I was wondering if they had a mechanic.
I've had eight 310Ts volunteer and donate their ability.
Really?
I'm a licensed automotive and small engine guy. I'm here. I brought the East Coast guys, and it was better for me just to orchestrate and just get them on scene and get them the parts.
Yeah.
That have donated their time running around.
Right on. Have you had any trucks run out of diesel yet?
No, God, no.
No? Good. Do you know what the situation is with them being refueled? Is it still illegal or?
No, it's never been illegal.
Yeah.
So the seizure up at Coventry last night.
Yeah.
There was a tank with marked diesel in it, so there was no road taxes on it, right? So whether a farmer brought it or someone who brought it, that was their only grounds to seize that.
Really?
They definitely didn't need the AR-15s and the snipers on the roof pushing around the old boys. I had a mechanic up there; he was fixing the generator. We've got a lot of sugar in the fuel.
Really?
Some contamination. There's some dirty pool going on all around. We've got cleaners and additives that'll take it out and really help these guys. You know.
Good.
There's been a couple issues that are out of kind heart. You know, some people mixing up. Yeah. But the heart and passion of the mechanics that have reached out to me to show up and keep this thing going and these guys safe. I mean, people donating money for parts, labor. It's been awesome.
Do you need anything?
No,
You're good?
Yeah, people have reached out for hotel rooms for us. I'm fully set up. Bring your camera.
Yeah, right on.
See
Thanks,
what it is.
brother. We're getting the exclusive tour of the
Sam.
mechanics trailer.
Yep,
Sam the
my name's
mechanic.
Sam Field.
Oh, check it out. You got
Oh,
a
yeah,
wood
buddy, got
stove
the
and
oil trap.
everything. This is awesome.
Oh, speaking of that, we gotta get some music.
That's very cool. Wow. There you go, chat.
So yeah, we've got we're fully tooled. I mean, we've got every diagnostic equipment we can. Yeah, we can pretty much do everything. We decided not to bring torches down onto the main drag. 'Cause I don't think compressed gases would go down easy, but
Yeah.
if we need it, I mean, we've done everything from.
Changed the axle last night.
Yeah.
Did ya?
Right in front of Parliament, son.
No way.
Right in front of Parliament.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
I'm a fucking-
Kevin up there in the Freightliner Classic, he dropped the drive shaft right out
Yeah?
on the main road. And,
Oh, wow.
It was a mission testing out because the truck's kind of a Heinz 57, so you know there was different here.
Wow.
We but the guys at Ottawa drive shaft and steering. I walked in, they eyeballed it all. They set me up with exactly what I needed, both
Yeah?
yokes.
And you haven't had any problems with them trying to withhold parts for the convoy or anything?
No, they're playing little games with the fuel, man, but it's just their little fucking puppet show, right?
It's
Yeah.
propaganda.
They're trying to stress people out from not coming down here or get people to leave. Right?
Well, the more they do that, the more support we get.
Buddy, every day we're here, we've already won.
Yeah, we have.
There's not a single person here that's going to do anything stupid because
Mhm.
we all know. We all
Mhm.
know exactly what they're trying to do.
Mhm.
So they're just going to keep embarrassing themselves.
Yep.
Embarrassing themselves. And we're going to keep being the best Canadians of all time. And that's the end of it.
That's right. I love you guys. Thank you very much.
Thanks for getting the truth out with this.
Thanks for sharing
Bro,
the truth.
I know, I'm sorry to disclude you. I don't mean to do that.
More of a boy than the boys, please. Come on.
I've been down here every day recording everything for the truth. We got production companies watching. We've got the whole world, people from everywhere watching. I had a reporter in France buy this for me to make more steady footage. There's going to be a movie made at the
I
end.
talked to a woman from Belgium today. I talked to a woman from, I think I talked to a woman from France today too, actually.
Yeah?
I don't like giving interviews either, let me tell you that.
Well, I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it.
This time, I will hug whoever the fuck wants a hug, shake whoever's hand, and tell you whatever, or tell you my story if you want to hear it. Absolutely.
Right on.
Absolutely.
If you guys need anything, I do the tour back and forth all day long.
Awesome, man.
Put a sign on your door. I live in Ottawa. I have all the tools, everything.
If you feel free to stop in here and warm up too, if you need it, man.
Yeah? Right on.
Open door policy for
Really?
anybody that
Listen,
cares,
if you're hungry or fucking whatever, we're stocked.
It gets cold. I got generators to charge all your batteries, everything.
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah, man.
We left
Listen,
home. If you're we gonna, left home
We
prepared.
need you guys to get the truth out, or the propagandists would win.
You know,
Right? And if it wasn't necessary, the propaganda wouldn't happen.
that's right.
The worse the propaganda gets, the more we know we've won.
100%. You know, I was doing 100.
Yep. Subscribe now. Thank you, Jan. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what's going on down there. Yeah, they won't. He's talking. Yeah. Oh shit. Where's shoot? Where is Let me see. What do I send a message? Yeah, right at the beginning where the right at the beginning, right after the Tim Hortons, after the bridge where we walk to start. There's the trucks are all turning around because the police are threatening to tow them all if they don't open up a lane. And they something to do with this, orders from the mayor and the police. So the trucks are all moving positions right now. There we go. What did I just do here? Oh, hang on. Be back in the chat here. There we go. And let's continue to walk, and we'll see what's going on. Korg, traffic alert. Report a significant tractor trailer buildup up on the 190 north from Peace Bridge. Seneca Street. Yeah. Is that the border thing that they're doing there? Bearded Eagle. God bless you. Portland Andy, the Hot Dog Army, here. I'd love a shout out to spread the word.
Small community of do-gooders. Right here, all these do-gooders are staying. Oh, yes, he's strong. He pulls my son. My little boy's right here. My son right there. He wants to be here, but it's too nighttime. He pulls him like nothing.
Let's go check out the kitchen. Still cooking dinner at 9 p.m. almost. Hot beverages.
Ford is so inclusive. It's almost exclusive. It's so inclusive. That's the pool right there. They said this on his government.
Hey, thank you all for watching. Thank you for the super chats. Very much appreciated. Oh, what's going on with my lighting? I think we'll continue our walk down Wellington and go check out Kent Street. Oh, it's my lighting. If you're just tuning in now, this is Ottawa, and we're here in downtown Ottawa live. Day 13 of protest. It's currently 9 p.m. on a Wednesday night here in the nation's capital. And I want to thank all of you for watching and subscribing. Thank you for getting me to 100,000 subscribers tonight. Unreal. Big shout out to Jeff from Travel Fund 69. He was a big help in getting me there, so thank you. So yes, a lot of the trucks up here have thinned out. There's a lot more space here. Something's going on over there. Maybe we'll stick around and see what's going on. I guess I can hear the engines going. There used to be 5 trucks lined up here, now there's only 3. But there are trucks that line up behind them. So there's more space to walk on either side. Counter-protester signs on there, but they've left them on. You guys noticed my screen going dark and back to light? just tuning in, this is Ottawa. We're here, downtown Ottawa, live. Day 13 of protest. I want to thank everyone for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you for the super chats. It's very much appreciated. Thank you for the subs, getting me to 100,000 today. It's unreal. I really do appreciate it. I don't think I'll go very long right now. I may go in and take another break, but I will come back out later tonight. So I'll stay close by, just in case anything happens. I forgot to check if they chipped away all the ice in front of Parliament there.
Apparently it's authentic, but could probably easily research and find that out. I'll have more info for that later too as well. I'm sure you guys can research too as well. That's Spencer says that's why exactly I send it you here. I know. Big up, Spencer. Yeah, it's really interesting. We're gonna figure it out. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah. 11,000 likes. Yeah, we'll figure it out. I know they were talking about, the one thing they were talking about is adopt a trucker or something like that. Oh, yeah, that's right. I know, yeah, the Rebel, they absolutely have a, go to rebelnews.com, they have a trucker fund there. That's actually true too. Yeah, Rebel's a good one. They are supporting too as well. Yeah, we'll get to the bottom of that too. That's true. Yeah, cheers guys. I'm glad I am able to see that. Big ups Orchidelia, saw that. Oh yeah, Les, no, don't do that. No, Les, you don't want to do that. That's too much of a headache for me to do that and to figure out. Yeah, it's a bit of an issue, a headache for me, because don't forget, I get charged income and tax on that too as well, right? So it's very hard to figure that out. A little bit here and there is not bad, right? But yeah, it's always better to go right to the cause and you get your receipt. But yeah, I mean, we'll figure this out. We'll have all this information tomorrow. We'll have it all figured out tomorrow. William Johnson, thank you so much. It would be so cool if everyone can single Canada. They actually have been doing that. They have been doing that. Got footage of the, oh really? In Windsor. That's awesome, Mitch. Yep. Portland Andy, Hot Dog Gang, Hot Dog Army in the building. Big ups, Jeff Mack. Cheers. Yeah, it's the revving of the engine. The revving of the engine.
169.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
cheers. Good, brother. You?
I'm the VidStorm guy.
Okay, you were. I think they were saying that you were VidStorm, and I was like, okay, I wasn't sure, and I'm like, okay, yeah. So there we have it, VidStorm. So you guys are right. I didn't get that. Awesome, man. I appreciate sharing me out, man, and supporting, man. That's wicked. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. It's a huge team effort out here, brother.
Yep.
This is amazing, man. And you've been cool about it from day one.
Absolutely.
Yeah, get the message out. Anyone that can pump this, pump the truth out to everybody.
Yep.
You're all for it.
Yep.
Good guy right
Appreciate
here.
it.
Absolutely.
Ottawaks just hit their 100K. Actually, I just met him down at Convention Road. We just came. Orchidelia just dropped us both off, and we're here around. We're just doing it. He just hit his 100K, so he's cool. He's awesome. He's doing a wonderful job, and you've been doing an amazing job. Make sure you subscribe to VidStorm. Absolutely, guys, subscribe to VidStorm, and he's doing great content. And you got to make sure we all support each other.
Absolutely, brother.
Yep.
So glad I got to run into you.
100%.
Person, man.
Yep.
You're all doing a heck of a job, if I say so myself, out here.
Yep.
Bringing the truth and the real news to everybody in the world. All eyes on Ottawa.
100%.
All eyes on Travel Fund 69.
Cheers. We're doing it. We're doing it.
Media team, guys, and we're not going to stop until this is over.
100%.
100%.
Big ups, man. It's awesome meeting you, man. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it, man. That's awesome. Well, you're here all week. You're here all weekend.
100%.
All right, yeah.
We're really here until this is over now.
Wicked, wicked. All right, man. I'm with you, man.
Yes, yes.
VidStorm in the house, man. VidStorm in the house. There we have it, man. We got all the boys in the house. Portland Andy, Jeff Mack, everybody in the house, man. VidStorm in the building. All right, that's good. That's good. That's good, guys. All right. Thank you. Thank you. And Christopher, thank you. Yeah, check the link. The one with 7 point. Right, Freedom, big ups. Okay, yeah. Okay, check the link. That's a good point there for sure. Delta Echo Victor, Echo Romeo. That is a scam raging at AK Jeremy is being messed. Oh, they're using his name to mess with him. He's a veteran who gets 100% behind Canadian. Okay, all right. Thanks so much for that. Yeah, VidStorm in the building. VidStorm is in the building. Thank you so much for that. Diana Cooper, thank you. More love. Diana Cooper, thank you. Wow, you guys are making me work here. Portland Andy's hot dog army in the house. We'll maybe we should go for a walk and see what's going on down those streets. I don't know if any of those trucks relocated or not, or like turned around. Felon, thank you so much. Police bruised in RCMP today. Oh, right. Don't freak out yet. But the cell signal's cut tonight. You think so? Please switch over to local recording. Yeah, well, I mean, in any case that happens, if we lose signal, we will be recording just on normal, obviously, phones and stuff like that, or GoPros. Carl Travel Dude, how you doing, buddy? North American Heroes, you are awesome, guys. Never give up. Never. Thank you all. Thank you so much for that. Big ups. Thank you so much, man. Huge ups, VidStorm. He's killing it, eh? Portland Andy, Hot Dog Army, man. Jeff Mack, and everybody else for streaming. Thank you so much. I know we're on Twitch there, too. Thank you, guys. 27K. Thank you to each and every one of you guys. Thank you. I think we should go for a quick walk and see what's going on. Just do another walk. We haven't been for a walk for a little bit. Maybe we can do that. Prince Carmen, thank you so much. You and Antiques and Profits are in some area. Oh, Antiques and Profits are in. Same area, you mean? Okay. Subscribe to Ottawaks. Yes, absolutely. Marlene. Only one Freedom Convoy 2022 is legit, and in Gifts and Go, the one with Tamara's video. Thanks for sharing to help. Okay, all right, that's good. We're gonna debunk this. We'll figure it out. Korg 427 traffic alert reports to significant tractor trailer buildup on the 190 north from the Peace Bridge. U.S. is coming. Oh damn. Steve P. George is getting angry. Damn. Yeah. We are one big family. Sub the VidStorm, yep. They were restreaming us out. He's boots on the ground now. Wicked. See, Orchidelia is staying in or, yeah, crazy, I know. Are you staying in? You want me to come over after? Or are you coming back out? right, let's see what we got here. You ended a long time ago. What have you been doing? What are you doing now? All right. So we'll go for a little walk. Let's go for a little walk. Why not? Weather's not too bad. It is 9:20 p.m. Wednesday night. Downtown Ottawa for the Truckers Freedom Convoy 2022. We're here. River Art Table. I'm going Saturday to Canberra. We have a really big protest at the government building. Anyone want to see how we protect? Follow me and I will be live. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, I got you. I got you there, River R. I'll drop your link there. There we go. We'll see you live then. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Big ups. That's awesome, man. Thank you. We'll Coventry raid. We went down there. No, we didn't see it or hear. Not to say that it didn't happen. We didn't get any info if it happened or not. But when we went there, nothing was there. Or it was done. Give, send, go is legit. Coordinated attack to stop. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Didn't know that. Good. How you doing?
Live?
We're live right now. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
You want to say hi?
Yeah. Hey guys, how are you? Hello.
Awesome.
Hey guys, how are you? How are you doing, guys? Yeah, we're just here to see things here.
Nice, nice.
Great day. From Morocco, by the way.
Oh, nice. Perfect. Perfect. Awesome. Good to see you guys support. That's all.
Defended everyone's rights.
Absolutely. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for supporting there, man. Thank you. All right. Johnson, cheers. Jeff, stay safe. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that, man. Yeah, so it seems this is the first time ever using a pay-as-you-go SIM card. It seems to be working though. I can't complain. Tomorrow after midnight, my SIM card resets back to my normal plan. So we'll be back on full throttle internet on my original Rogers plan until I run out of that. But it's all good. K2, cheers. $2.99. K2, cheers. Thank you so much for that. K2. Canada is God. Yes, the whole world's watching Canada too. We got to make this happen. It's got to work. This has got to open up doors for the rest of the world. This has really got to happen. Yeah, we got to make this happen. I see that. It's good to have different opinions. Dan, we do respect that, but I mean, yep. There's two different sides of information that, obviously is out there. But yep. David's son, thank you so much for the 3. Thank you. Cheers, David. Thank you. Portland Andy, Hot Dog, Army, still in the building. Jeff Mack, cheers. All right. There we go. Let's go. Cheers, Les. There's a story where that Popeye came from, and I bet you 99% of the chat doesn't understand why there's a Popeye in the emoji. It's a funny thing, and I can actually tell you, when I was live streaming on my vacations and stuff, Southeast Asia, in Asia, so the Popeye thing came when I was first live streaming. Sipping the beer, I couldn't read the chat, so I started side sipping the beer, like so it's just funny. It was almost like this inside joke Popeye kind of thing. That's where that kind of happened, because when I was reading the chat, I was side sipping the beer. So it was kind of funny. Walrins, how you doing? Wish we could be there. Freedom Truckers, getting it done. Yes. Well, it's going to be very interesting as we hear what's going on. Great jobs. Thank you so much for that, Mayor. Thank you. New Zealand. Oh, yesterday's on Parliament. 50 arrests. Steve Anderson. What? Are you serious? Man, they were pushing back. Wow, they're pushing back. So they were pushing back, really, eh? Portland Andy, sub up Portland Andy, sub up Jeff Mack. Cheers. Sub up VidStorm, man, in the building. Frig. He's on the boots on the ground. We just met up with him. Sub up Ottawa. He just hit 100K tonight. Absolutely amazing. 100,000 subscribers he got tonight. Insane, insane. Popeyeville, yeah, I know, right? All right, we're at Bank Street. Let's go down to Kent Street. Let's go down and see what's going on there. We'll come back and see what's going on. Thanks for the footage. Absolutely, no worries. 3,100 people in the house. We're live on Travel Fun 69 YouTube platform. Share, like, and subscribe. Thanks so much, guys. Cheers. All right, we got the Hot Dog Army, Portland Andy in the building, of course. Give me 2K, absolutely. Sub up Mosh, Cowboys Mosh. He usually does the after party when things get very interesting there and have a little chit chat. Of course, it's an open talk in there for the most part. But yeah, we both know what can kind of be said and not said. But yeah, Ottawax is at 102 already. Amazing, amazing. I knew he was gonna blow past 100 and go much past that tonight. Amazing, good guy, awesome dude. Emil, thank you. It's a shame YouTube takes a cut of this, but most of it will end up in envelope. Oh yes, that's right. They actually, yeah, so they do. And there's taxes, and also there's a U.S. tax that Canadians got to pay. Additionally, we almost lose to U.S. people. We almost lose 50% before taxes to anybody in the U.S. I don't know why that is. It's really strange. It's really messed up. But yeah, cheers for that. It's all good. Thank you, man. I don't mind being a trooper. We're almost at the 8-hour mark of streaming. Let's check the battery. Oh, there we go. The power bank died. I wasn't even paying attention. I better switch power banks before we lose the phone here. Thanks so much, guys. Abraham, thank you so much. Jeff, this is a great show on Earth. You reignited my spirit and recharged my soul. I will see you soon. I will be there. We stand on guard. I will be there. It's full Rasta Freedom form. Ah, nice, nice. Thank you so much for that. All right, I got to. I'm gonna put this down for a second because I need to change power banks. Take 2 seconds here. We're already plugged in. This power bank is dead, and we're gonna plug her into another one. More power we need. We need more power. All right. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. There we go. Good to go. Good thing I checked. I got to keep an eye on that. Thanks everybody for watching. 3,000 people in the chat. Like, share, and subscribe. Thank you to everybody tonight that helped me get 27K. That's absolutely amazing. Let me try to untangle these cords. Holy frig. All right, there we go. We'll yeah, we'll take a walk down Kent Street. We'll see what's going on down there. See if anybody's turned the trucks around. Just don't know what to expect. Just don't know what to expect. Yeah. 27 is absolutely amazing. Just to think, right? Remember, I'm just a small YouTuber. Now, obviously, I have another channel that has 18,200 subs. That's just my name, Jeff Lepard. That's a pretty strong channel. It's a pretty solid channel that I have. It's do-it-yourself videos, product reviews. Like I'm a handy guy. I can fix pretty much everything. And I, install security cameras. I'll do all that kind of stuff. And of course, I have my construction channel that's pinned above. If you're interested in seeing any of that content, yeah, you could sub me up there too, if you want. That'd be nice. Thank you so much. But right now, we're watching Travel Fun 69. Salty boots on the ground. Nope, I'm not. Others are doing it. I'm talking about. Where are you now, in the hotel? Alrighty. Thank you, Jeff, for your hard work. Thank you so much. TU, thank you. Thank you, SM Farm. I appreciate that so much. Salty boots, that's right. And I mean, actually, they kind of cleaned up a little bit, eh? I was stepping in some snow. They cleaned up a little bit. I didn't know if that salt was going to come off or not. That's okay. I'm sure it'll be back. Remember the salt, the dry salt they had on the boots earlier? Crazy. All right, so we're wow, lots of streets both ways blocked off. Walking down Kent Street, I don't see any. Obviously, there's nowhere for those trucks to move. They're also barricaded in. They would know it's coming if that was the case. I don't think it's an issue down here. I think it was more of an issue on the other side. If that, according to that woman that was talking, apparently the mayor, I don't know if he lives in one of those buildings or something. I'm not sure, but maybe that's why. I don't know. Not too sure. Right. Nope. Alrighty, so live downtown Ottawa, Travel Fun 69, live on YouTube. 9:30 p.m. Wednesday night. Stay tuned, of course. You want to make sure you're subbed up and have that notification bell on, because we'll be going live tomorrow. We'll do it a little earlier to see, keep the continued coverage going, to see if anything changes. Anything changes around here, of course, we're going to capture it on camera if any of that case is any news, anything happens. How to add a text to a super chat? That you just you write. It's a message. It's you just write it in the description box there. Yeah, I don't know how to explain. It's right underneath the dollar amount. It should be right there. But not super sticker. You can't send a message to super sticker. Thank you. Yep. did my chat freeze on me here? Hang on. Totally chat froze. See if we can get this chat back on my tablet here. Very strange. All right. Anything that people may need? Oh, short of supply. I think they have like almost everything they said. They're pretty stocked up here, I must say. They're pretty much stocked up here, that's for sure. All right, I think we got the chat back. I just refreshed. So there we go. We all right, I think we got the chat back. I might have missed a couple there. Let me see. All right, here we go. Ottawa Mayor, more salty boots. More salty than your boots. That's right. Doctor, Doctor. Dad, Dad Doctor. Thank you so much for that. And appreciative of truth about this convoy you're provided during the past couple weeks. Thanks. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Cheers for that. Thank you. I might have missed one of the blue super chats. I'm not sure. Shoot. It's already gone. Sorry about that. I refreshed my chat. Aha, did she say that? I still have to go back to my hotel to shower and plug all my batteries and stuff in. What was that? 27.3. D, thank you so much for that. We got 20. There's absolutely amazing. I can't believe we have 27,000 K here. That's amazing. You missed one of mine. Sorry, 3 hours ago, Mosh. Sorry about that. Maybe bad timing. It's all good. Cheers, Mosh. Thanks for that, man. Big ups, Mosh. Still on Kent Street here. Fox News live right now with the Crown singing okay. Oh, really?
Flowers clearly will fade into dust, and Democrats in a monument, no one even, wait a sec. The flowers clearly will fade into dust, and Democrats, a monument no one even knows the history about, and a grave no one knows who it is. Everybody knows the history of Terry Fox here. I remember when I was a kid, Terry Fox ran across, or wait, maybe it wasn't Terry Fox, maybe it was Rick Hansen. He rolled across Canada in a wheelchair. But yeah, oh, well, I shouldn't say everybody in Canada knows. I grew up in Ottawa, so Terry Fox has always been a big thing here. We have streets named after him and everything. So I knew, but I shouldn't speak for everybody in Canada. Canada's a big place. She's a very big place, don't you know? You ate all the pizza today. Hannity is back on focusing on, if BLM blocked roads, Justin would say, we will continue to be blocked by BLM. Yeah, he sure would. He sure would. It's actually amazing that you seem to get more attention when you're destroying your country and hurting people and businesses. It's amazing. It's not what we do, though. If he thinks that the cold's gonna scare us away, he's wrong. He's wrong. I don't really care if I have to come down here every day until Canada Day. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. I wonder what Trudeau would do then if the convoy was here on Canada Day. Would he just cancel it for their own safety? Okay. You know what? If you're on Instagram or TikTok, go subscribe and share the shit out of her videos. Please. That is one way for sure to give back. You could do a series instead of a movie. I'm probably going to do both. I'm going to have so much footage that it's going to be hard to cram it into... Stunt, get back on track. Don't do it. Don't do what? Don't do what? All right, so we're at the building. And as you can see, absolutely nothing going on. Absolutely nothing. And CBC buddy is not back yet. It was nice to see the CBC being protested for their misinformation and nonsense. But unfortunately, the guy that was doing it was gone. I guess he figured, screw it. I was here protesting in the freezing cold, and all I got for it was a half of a hot chocolate and a beaver tail. My friggin' chocolate pocket is still covered in chocolate. I forgot to wash this jacket now that the pocket's dirty. I haven't really had time to do much. I did get to go in a Sherpa though. That was amazing. That was definitely amazing. Let me tell you, Bull of the Woods, my dad, if you go and watch my videos, my dad's name is Bull of the Woods in my videos. He would be so jealous if he knew what I just did. He loves Sherpas too. Oh, okay, give me a second. We're gonna do, what is this? We're gonna get some shots of CBC for the B-roll. I'll get the news, seeing as they don't. There they are. We got an awesome, epic shot of them doing absolutely nothing except sitting in some back office fabricating news. All right, I'm reading chat. Stunt is the only news worth watching. Thank you. C-roll. Is it called C-roll? Yep. Oh, see. I see what you did there. Flip cars with his tractor. I've flipped plenty of cars. Plenty. I've tap danced on the roof. I've dragged them around the truck just flinging them. I've done just about everything. You don't know this, but if you watch my old videos, I'm a car killer. I'm a car killer, a serial killer of sorts. And I've killed plenty of cars in my day. I wonder if she's ever driven over a car with her Sherpa. I bet you could do it, no problem. That thing is so badass. Holy. The worst car killers. We won't be here long. Don't worry, the screen's not frozen. My feet are. Well, they're not cold, but they don't really want to move. They don't want to move. The gas jackers and goofs. That's right. That's right. I cannot believe it. And did you hear what he said? He said that they stole the diesel because it was colored diesel. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Unbelievable. Meanwhile, this stupid government went and signed a 20-year contract with people who are creating green energy with solar panels, and lots of farmers have solar panel farms, right? But you can buy the power from the grid cheaper than you sell it back to the grid. So all they do is they have it looking like it's coming from solar panels. They buy it from the grid, sell it back to the grid for more, and they make money. It's been a huge scam. There's nothing they can do about it because the stupid government signed a 20-year contract. It's complete nonsense in every way because we call our electric hydro because it's generated by water. You know, it's pretty much green. Liberté! That's right. I can't wait till everybody's yelling and screaming again. Now, if I yell at freedom or anything, people look at me like, shh, you're in the library. Like, no, I'm not in the damn library. I'm in the middle of a freaking protest. Let's get her going here. This weekend is going to be bonkers. For sure. You know what? If it's still here come this weekend, I don't think they can move it. I think they're screwed. Watch the latest Dave Mendez video on Ottawa police and tickets. Super corny tickets. Really? Yeah, they've been known to do that. I'll tell you a story about the last ticket they tried to give me and then had to rip up. Just give me a second. We're about to move. Whoa. Almost knocked you over. It's your turn to go arse over tea kettle. I've done it like 20 times in the last week. Wouldn't hurt you to take a turn, that's for sure. Okay, so the last time they tried to give me a ticket was last summer, and I was coming down the Trans-Canada Highway, and it's one lane in both directions, right? But about every 20 kilometers, there's a lane that opens up on the right, and it's made for tractor trailers to move over so that everyone behind them can pass. It's 100 kilometers speed limit, which means if a tractor trailer is doing 100 kilometers an hour, pulls into the other lane, and you pass them to get in front of them, you're going to have to do more than 100 kilometers an hour to get in front of them. It's just the way it is. So what happens is on the Trans-Canada Highway, I was heading towards Perth, Ontario, which is not far from here. The lane where it opens up like this,
no, that's not true, Senator. We knew early on. We had treatment early on.
Doing more than I was doing like 110 to pass the tractor trailer, right? She radared me and pulled me over. I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, you were speeding. I'm like, well, yeah, of course I was speeding. How else do you pass somebody doing the speed limit unless you're speeding? Isn't that kind of allowed? She's like, not here, it's not. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Go back and look at the signs. It specifically says to pass tractor trailers. The lane is a passing lane, and the whole purpose between making a double lane every 20 or 30 kilometers is so you can pass the tractor trailers, right? They know it. I know it. She didn't know what the hell she was doing. She radared me, pulled me over, wrote up the ticket, and I'm telling you, I was pissed.
We have colleagues, mentors, people that we rely on. I've seen 300,000 patients. I've never called the FDA, the NIH, or the CDC one time for advice. It's not who we call. So to have them dictate our medical practices has to stop. It should not ever have been done. We've got to find a way to fight back. The public knows that hospitals are dangerous places, like Dr. Merrick said, and we've got to reinvent the wheel, basically, because our current system is the corporate practice of medicine telling doctors what to do when we already know what to do. There's a nuance, and we know it. Each and every patient has a slight potential thing that we might do differently, and if we don't do that, we are not good doctors.
Again, so what I want to know is this completely a new phenomenon where the federal health agencies are really dictating how doctors, or was this a slow creep?
So historically, just a quick history. I'll let Pierre talk, but the quick history is, historically, I was very closely aligned with the hospitals, and it was more like hospitals and doctors were, the CEO of two major hospital systems were very good friends of mine in Houston. One was my next door neighbor, and one was a good friend from medical school. Bottom line is, we were with the hospitals. It felt like a partnership, and we kind of felt like the insurers were the other side of things, like we were kind of us against them. But the hospitals started pooling together, they started building these big organizations, and now they are the most powerful entity in medical care for us. And so we have to deal with them.
Again, so it started, this creep started with the consolidation of these hospitals.
Correct.
That decided, this is how we're going to, through our hospital chain, here are the protocols we're going to follow.
And
Why this is cost-driven, this is a cheaper way, this is a more efficient or effective way.
Can I speak to that for a second? Because I want to say that prior to COVID, I did see some of this starting to happen. I was a clinical leader in a major U.S. institution, an academic medical center, and I started to hear these echoes of standardize. So there's this push to standardization. Now, the problem with that is a patient is not a car. Hospitals are not factories. Dr. Cariotti spoke very eloquently about that beautiful mystery of a patient and the phase of disease and illness and all their host of comorbidities and predilections and medicines. It's a very complex problem that we have to solve. There is no standard solution. That push towards standardization that was beginning before COVID, hyper-accelerated into some sort of totalitarian top-down control of the practice of medicine. Dr. Marek just spoke about it. The autonomy, the freedom, the liberty to make decisions using your decades of expertise and experience was removed. You were told to use this drug at this dose for this duration. I've never seen that happening. It's unprecedented. And I have to call out one particular point, because if you want to talk about hospital medicine, how far we've advanced, my strongly held expert opinion, as someone who's been treating COVID in hospitals and ICUs for now almost 2 years, is that the proximate cause of death of nearly everyone in the hospital is the severe, persistent, and pervasive underdosing of corticosteroids. The standard NIH-recommended guideline dose is dexamethasone at a dose of 6 milligrams a day. That dose is less than I give my 80-year-old patients with emphysema who are wheezing. These are patients on ventilators, whited out lungs with almost no gas exchange capacity left, and we're giving them anemic and pathetic doses of steroids, and they die. They die and they die, and they keep coming into my ICU, and I look at their record of what they were treated with in the hospital, and they're stuck on this anemic dose of steroids. So why would that happen? Why would that happen? Why aren't doctors thinking and saying they're sicker and escalating doses? I don't know why. It's this totalitarianism. And I also, again, Senator, forgive me, I'm going to call out the C word again, the corruption, because it is my strongly held belief as an expert that this dose that was tested in a major trial, which made corticosteroids the standard of care worldwide. And I also want to give praise to Senator Johnson. You know, Senator Johnson invited me to give testimony in the Senate in May of 2020. And I remember my first conversation with him when he reached out, and he was so enthusiastic about hearing about the work that Dr. Marek and myself were doing, that we were putting out protocols and we were trying to treat this disease. You know, and he said he couldn't understand why the system wasn't reacting, why the entire system wasn't reacting the way we were. And I remember he told me, he goes, you know, I want the doctors to take their gloves off. And they're not. They were sitting idly by the bedside. Institutions were paralyzed, waiting for randomized controlled trials to be done. And then finally, a randomized control. And at that time, I testified to the world that corticosteroids were critical in the treatment of this disease. Nothing happened until a trial came out 8 weeks later and proved the life-saving properties for corticosteroids. But that dose that was tested was ridiculous. It was the lowest dose. And the dose that's being used helps the few and fails the many. We now have almost a dozen trials testing higher doses of different drugs. We know, we have lots of evidence to show that methylprednisolone, which is another corticosteroid, is far superior to dexamethasone. We know that higher doses of that work better, yet the system just chugs on. And so it's my belief that low dose was tested for one reason only. I think it was a corrupt exercise, and I'll tell you why. And this corruption has now been well described. They fix trials. They can design trials to fail, to disprove the use of cheap medicines, and they can make things appear that they don't work. I believe that that low dose, which is perpetrated and propagated worldwide in the care of the COVID patient, was held artificially low so that they could leave room for much more expensive and novel and patented cytokine blockers, so that they can enforce the use of more expensive and profitable medicine. And again, I'm just going to keep doing it all day until the people listen, until we understand we can upend the system. It's a corrupt exercise. The practice of medicine has been corrupted. It's been co-opted and corrupted.
And Pierre, the mortality in the 6 milligram prednisone dose in the recovery trial was 22%. Unacceptably high. The idea that we are going to take 6 milligrams of dexamethasone and hold it out with a standard of a 22% mortality rate from a single trial is malfeasance. It's medical malfeasance. Any good doctor would use the principles of use of corticosteroids and find a more appropriate dose, as Dr. Marek and Corey.
Senator Johnson, it's very important on the why question to look at the way in which the CMS, Medicare, Medicaid payment structures have created perverse incentives for hospitals, and the hospital administrators looking at those reimbursements. the way in which a COVID hospitalization was paid more than someone with the exact same problem, exact same symptoms than another hospitalization. So I go treat a 22-year-old woman who's in the hospital for suicidality and a positive COVID test. And so she's in isolation, has 0 COVID symptoms. She shouldn't be on the medicine floor. She should be on the psychiatric ward. But the hospital's getting paid a lot more for that hospitalization simply because she had a positive PCR test. The same perverse incentives are working in terms of the novel drugs like remdesivir that were ran through the approval process. Once Medicare, once they go through the approval and Medicare decides they're going to pay for them, that becomes quote-unquote standard of care. Third-party payers, the private insurance companies, will follow suit. So Medicare really sort of sets the table and sets the rules by which the hospitals operate financially, and the other third-party payers that reimburse the hospitals follow suit. So until we can look at the CMS issues, I think and follow the funding, I think we're going to be left scratching our heads wondering why are these institutions behaving this way.
Okay, so I didn't know how this was going to go. You know, we had the room for 5 hours, and I thought that might be overkill. It's not even close to enough time. It's not. And we haven't even really got to vaccine efficacy, safety, some of those issues. To close out this hospital thing, you know, the history of the fear is real. I mean, I remember the Chinese responders in their moon suits, and everybody with PP, and I'm saying that wasn't unreasonable. We didn't know. I mean, maybe some people were more enlightened, they knew, but I guess what I've always thought, and I need to point out, you had a nice cushy job in Wisconsin, you know, beautiful, is probably about 3 below 0 or something like that, and it started, and you went to New York, the hot spot, because you had the courage and compassion to treat patients. I guess I've always put my faith, and I've listened a little closer to the doctors that actually treated patients, and a whole lot didn't, which is why I asked, you know, an ophthalmologist or a pediatrician that wasn't able to come here today. Also listen to the nurses, who are all these people are the heroes of COVID. And now, because of the mandates, a lot of them, let's face it, a lot of them got sick. Dr. Freed's sick, got COVID, because he had the courage and compassion to treat. They've recovered from COVID. They're now treating vaccine injured. There is no way they are going to get the vaccine. They will not do it, and yet now we're pushing these mandates, even though we know the vaccine doesn't prevent either infection or transmission, and we're still pushing it, doing a great deal of harm to our healthcare system, exacerbating the healthcare shortage. Dr. Corey pointed out, I guess we have a nurse that would like to say a few words. Can you come up and introduce yourself? And we also have a doctor here with the coat on that, no, that's, but the gentleman that looks a little bit like Dr. Malone.
That was good looking.
So please introduce yourself and tell us your story, and then we have to get to some of the vaccine injuries and some of it, because.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Yes, my name's Jennifer Bridges. I'm still a nurse, but I was fired from Houston Methodist. I'm the one you might have seen all over the news. We were the first one mandated with the COVID shot. So I blew it up on the national media. We have a huge state and federal lawsuit because we didn't want to be guinea pigs. We saw for ourselves in the hospital people coming in with adverse reactions after getting the Pfizer shot. And the crazy thing is let me tell you a couple things about Methodist Hospital down in Houston, Texas. When they first started with COVID, I did that COVID unit on and off the whole time till they fired me in June, right? They started the first 2 months with hydroxychloroquine. They actually used it in the hospital, then they cut it back real quick, switched it to remdesivir and all these other expensive drugs. And we're like, why? And we would ask these doctors, no one could give us a reason. They just said, well, the hospital policy changed, but they didn't know why. And you know, most of those doctors in that hospital would not even go in those COVID rooms. There was maybe 2 that would. They would stand outside, make us dress up head to toe, and go in with an iPad. So the only form of communication those doctors would have at Houston Methodist with the COVID patients was through an iPad. So literally we'd go in there, they'd be talking to them, never assess the lungs, never look at them, nothing, go to discharge them. I would come back out and be like, no, have you listened to them? They can't breathe. Like the wheezing's horrible. They had no clue. They weren't even looking at that. And to address one, sorry, I'm like, I got a little emotional back here. I've been there, I've done the whole shebang, right? Even I was the first one at Methodist that they asked to do window visits, because when these COVID patients were dying, and they never did this with anybody else dying, family was not allowed to come in to say goodbye. They couldn't hold their hand. They were left alone in these rooms. I was asked, because I was one of the most compassionate nurses they had there, will you do these window visits? They would escort family into the cafeteria windows. I would go there sweating my butt off for almost an hour and a half, 2 hours, just to put the phone by that loved one's ear so they could say goodbye. I would stay in there as long as I could. And other nurses, they wouldn't want to do it. They'd be like, no, it gets too hot, or I don't have time for that. And the things you would hear were just insane to me. And I'm like, I don't care about, what's going on with me. This is way more important. And I would stay in there with them, listening, to these families say goodbye. They'd even be on the window with another cell phone and go like this so they could say goodbye. And I'll love to talk to you later. I have so much information for you. But I have, right before I got fired, and I tried the right way. I didn't go to the media at first. I actually had a meeting with my CEO and CNO at Methodist in Baytown, David Bernard and Becky Chalupa. They caught me going around with my little petition to say, if people agreed with our stance, not to force us against our will. Somebody told them I was doing that. They called me into this meeting where they sat me down, they threatened me, they told me I had to stop. They could fire me over this because I was soliciting. And I told them, I said, well, what if I went to the public? What if I went to other hospitals? What do you think they would say? He looked me in the face and he said, I strongly advise you against that. And he even told me 100% compliance was more important than my individual autonomy as a nurse. And that is a huge, huge slap in the face. And then after I got so public, basically other doctors, whistleblowers were coming to me to share information. So I've seen text messages, I've seen emails where Methodist Hospital threatened their doctors. You cannot sign medical exemptions, you cannot talk about, you cannot report adverse reactions to these vaccines. And then if you do, and if somebody was actually brave enough to do that on writing, there were other people higher up to erase those. Those were not to be allowed on record. I have the proof, and I have the people that have shown me these things.
By the way, I can confirm everything you're telling me. I've heard countless times from other nurses. And I just want anybody listening, our healthcare system suffers because you're not in it anymore. And hundreds of people like you are no longer in it because they were fired by these vaccine mandates. I also want to, a little thought experiment here. Can you imagine, what you just described, let's face it, the inhumanity, the cruelty, just the heartbreaking examples of what happened during COVID. Can you imagine if we, one, would have risk stratified our outlook on this, if we would have embraced early treatment so that we realized very early on, you don't have to die from COVID. This could be no worse. This could be no worse than flu or colds. Can you imagine what our society would look like had we treated that way?
There would be so many more people alive right now and not dead.
And we maybe wouldn't have 1 million adverse events. We wouldn't be here. Maybe 22,000 deaths. We really can't tell. In our closing minutes here, okay, I've got to have Bree Dressen talk about why the vaccine injured are in the exact same position as you treating doctors are. Or the problem that we've had with early treatment where the CDC, the NIH, the COVID gods won't acknowledge these repurposed, cheap, generic drugs and how harmful that's been to our response. But in the same vein, Bree, talk about why it's so important that people acknowledge just the possibility that your injury might have been caused by a vaccine. Talk about why that's so important.
Well, the reason it's so important is because if we can't see the problem, we're not going to be able to address it. And it's so strange hearing all of your complaints, because what we have seen firsthand, it just is woven into every one of your experiences. It is incredible what we've, we're running parallel, but it's actually, it's like you said, it's the same problem when it comes down to it. So you have these agencies that have politicized the medical system. It's violated the patient to physician trust, and it's left us out on a lurch because we have nothing. And so for an example of that is I've been fighting with Janet Woodcock at the FDA for the betterment of 7-8 months now. I've told her about the issues with the clinical trials. I've told her about the fact that I myself, I am a preschool teacher, just to let you know. I'm not qualified as a medical professional whatsoever, but I have Ivy League physicians referring sick vaccine-injured patients to me for medical care. So if that in itself doesn't tell Janet Woodcock that the system is broken, I don't know what will. But the other, sorry.
Well, I was going to talk about how doctors won't treat you until the NIH, CDC, and FDA acknowledge the fact that these things, I mean, they just all think you're...
We don't exist. I mean,
well, but you're also crazy, right?
Yeah, I mean, over 80% of us are misdiagnosed with anxiety initially, and then months down the road, we get appropriate diagnoses. And that's when we are able to find doctors that are actually willing to go against the directive. Because like these physicians were discussing, their licenses have been threatened. And because their licenses have been threatened, we cannot get medical care. They are afraid to treat us. We have had patients who are severely injured and are dying, who cannot get in the door to get seen by physicians because physicians are afraid of the word COVID vaccine. So instead, what they're doing is they've made us, like Kyle Warner and myself, and our membership of over 12,000 COVID vaccine injured, we are ground zero to take care of the COVID vaccine injured. When we have highly qualified practitioners across the globe that have been silenced and threatened if they even so much as see us for what's going on.
We also have to point out that your support groups on your Facebook groups, that literally a week from our first event where you were
within 24 hours.
So these are the groups that allow you to stay in contact with people that are suicidal. And I know you know tragically a number of people who have committed suicide. What did Facebook do to your groups?
Oh, they pulled us apart. So right now, our Facebook groups, we're flexing, and Facebook and a couple of other social media groups, we're flexing between 22,000 members and 32,000 members any given day. But they find us and they pick us apart, and then we have to reboot and hope that everybody can find us again. And so if these people do not have appropriate medical resources, because those doors have been closed by the NIH and the FDA and the CDC, and the FDA and the CDC and the NIH know that this is happening to us, and they're still not doing anything to help remedy this situation, which it would be very simple for them to say, hey, I'm going to issue a communication through the American Medical Association to tell the physicians, your license will not be pulled for review if you address or acknowledge a COVID vaccine injury.
So one thing we have to do, and again, I barely scratch the surface of my list. I mean, first of all, we have to do something else like this again.
Yeah.
What we have to do is we have to speculate, and you decide amongst yourselves, doctors, in terms of who's best to theorize what's happening. What is causing these vaccine injuries? Dr. McCulloch, I mean, you certainly understand about myocarditis.
The vaccines, all the vaccines in use in the United States and predominantly across the world, use genetic technologies that harness the body's own cells to produce the protein on the surface of the virus, the spike protein, which is acknowledged to be dangerous. This is the first time in human medicine that we have an uncontrolled exposure for an uncontrolled duration and quantity in the human body in a mosaic of cells. And to make matters worse, the vehicle that carries these genetic products into the human body goes into vital organs. And it's unprecedented that we've ever exposed a single human, let alone hundreds of millions of people, to this form of technology. And I published an op-ed before these were ever released saying it was a gamble. I knew it was a gamble. I knew, based as a clinician and one expert in clinical trials and safety, that this had a dangerous mechanism of action. It's biologically dangerous. And we have seen a large signal on safety, unprecedented numbers of deaths and non-fatal injuries after exposure. We see unprecedented non-fatal injuries in the same data system. And then when we look outside and we look in the yellow card system, in the UK, we say the same thing, and we look in the UDRIS system, in the EU, we do the same thing. We have just fulfilled the Bradford Hill tenets of causality, meaning, I am telling you as an epidemiologist, the vaccines are causing these fatal and non-fatal events to a large degree, and many of those skilled around the table, I'm sure, would agree.
Okay, so that transitions perfectly. Kyle, I'm going to actually ask you to give up your seat for Mr. Tom Renz. I got contacted by attorney Tom Renz over the weekend, who represents some whistleblowers within the Department of Defense. And Tom, you don't have much time at all, okay? He showed me his data, or he showed me the data that is being extracted from, what is the name of this database?
DMED.
Pardon?
DMED. It's the Defense Medical Database.
And I'm going to just kind of cut to the punchline because we just don't have very much time at all. But this data, so these are whistleblowers that have been extracting data out of the Defense Department database. They have noticed a very alarming increase in instances of certain conditions compared to a 5-year average, you know, like a 10 times number in some cases. They also have evidence that with myocarditis, the data has been doctored already because they did a search inquiry in August that showed a certain level of myocarditis. I think it was like 20 times higher, 28 times higher, something like that. But now, in January, it's only a couple hundred times, or I mean, it's 2 times higher. So there appears to be doctoring of the data. Now, my staff has already sent, this morning we sent a record preservation letter to the Department of Defense to try and protect this data. But Tom, why don't you just quickly, because we have other things I do want to get to here, please tell me, apparently one of the whistleblowers is brave enough to come forward and give a name, or I would not have allowed you to come.
Yes, Senator. So we've got 3 whistleblowers who've given me permission at this point to share their name. Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Teresa Long, DO-MPH, Dr. Samuel Sigloff, and Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Peter Chambers, DO and Flight Surgeon. All 3 have given me this data. I have declarations from all 3. This data is under penalty. This is under penalty of perjury. We intend to submit this to the courts. We have substantial data showing that we saw, for example, miscarriages increased by 300% over the 5-year average, almost. We saw almost 300% increase in cancer over the 5-year average. Cancer is not being talked about except for by Dr. Ryan Cole. Thank you, doctor. We saw, this one's amazing, neurological. So neurological issues which would affect our pilots. Over 1,000% increase. 1,000.
10 times. That's 10 times the rate, and obviously that resonates.
83,000 per year. I'm sorry, 82,000 per year to 863,000 in 1 year. Our soldiers are being experimented on, injured, and sometimes possibly killed. Dr. Corey, thank you so much for your stance on the corruption. That's precisely what it is. They know this. And Senator, when these doctors are attacked, Not necessarily the people in this room, I'm not giving names, they call me. I'm the one dealing with the medical boards. I'm the one watching the witch hunts. I'm the one fighting them off, and I'm the one telling them where to go. I'm going to keep doing that. Senator, we also have, let me give you this last thing, and then I'll shut up and get out of your way. 9/28/2021, Project Salus weekly report. Project Salus is a Defense Department initiative where they report and they take all this data that doesn't exist supposedly, and they give it to the CDC. They're watching these vaccines. On that date, and around that date, I have numerous instances where Fauci and that entire crew were saying, it's a crisis of unvaxxed, it's 99% unvaxxed in the hospital. In Project Salus, in the weekly report, the DOD document says specifically 71% of new cases are in the fully vaxxed and 60% of hospitalizations are in the fully vaxxed. This is corruption at the highest level. We need investigations. The Secretary of Defense needs investigated. The CDC needs to investigated. And thank you so much, Senator, for having the courage to stand against these special interests.
So again, the Department of Defense. Thank you. The Department of Defense, the Biden administration is on notice. They must preserve these records, and this must be investigated, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Senator. Thank you.
So the increase in cancer is something I've been hearing about for months. And quite honestly, I've told people that are reporting this to me, I don't think the public's quite ready for that yet, okay? But you've just raised this issue. Apparently, Dr. Cole, you're aware of this. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because this is frightening.
Thank you, Senator. And this is a challenge in terms of aggregating data. I saw a signal early on of certain viral conditions. Dr. Parks pointed out mechanisms. I noticed certain viruses increasing. Well, these same T cells, immune cells, keep cancers in check. So I do about 40,000 biopsies a year. I'm a busy pathologist, and I thought, gosh, I'm seeing more of this type of cancer, and this type of cancer, and this type of cancer. And so I've tried to talk to other laboratories and aggregate a bigger data set, which obviously these federal data sets are a very easy way to see that signal. Obviously, I've been canceled, I've been ridiculed, I've been maligned, et cetera, for saying so, but I've been observing it. And I can't deny observation. That's how science happens, initially through observation, then we confirm through hypothesis, experiment, and data. So yes, we're seeing it. And now when we travel with these groups and summits, I have oncologists, I have radiation oncologists. I am seeing an uptick in cancers. I'm seeing these odd, stable cancers take off like wildfires after the vaccines. It is happening. We need federal funding. The NIH isn't looking at this. Getting a grant to look at anything related to the vaccines is next to impossible because they're perfect, safe, and effective. So it's happening. My data is anecdotal. My observational group is significant, but we need additional studies to happen. And thank you to Tom for digging into what's actually happening.
I think we have some additional nurses. And by the way, that's where I was getting the safety signal from. Nurses from across the country are contacting me about the vaccine mandates, that type of thing, talking, telling me why they're not going to get the vaccine because they're seeing these patients that their cancers were in remission, then, all of a sudden, boom, they're blossoming again. Dr. Urso, quickly.
Yeah, I've got a question I want Dr. Cole to address. Ryan, you know that the experimental data on the genome in P53 in BRCA, can you explain that to everyone?
Yeah, real quick. So we have genes in our body, we have mechanisms in our body, we have bad cells in our body every day. Our body says, oh, I can kill that, knock it off, shakes hands with every cell, you're gone, you're a bad cell. There are genes, there are suppressor genes, P53, it's the guardian of our genome. There's another breast cancer gene, BRCA gene. We know that the spike protein binds to the receptors for these genes. And can activate them. That is a mechanism of the spike protein. So putting this spike protein in the human body via a gene shot that is completely investigational, these are not approved,
and to mandate something that's investigational that can bind to cancer-promoting sites.
I'd like to just clarify and take that a step forward. Because what P53 does is it checks your DNA before it replicates, and it makes sure that it's fixed. So P53 is the one tumor suppressor gene that is most tied to cancer, because once there's a mutation in P53, the mutation rate just skyrockets.
Correct.
And you're going to develop enough mutations that that cancer is going to have a much more likelihood of becoming metastatic.
Absolutely
So
correct.
P53 is the essential tumor suppressor. Now, do we know for sure that the spike protein is binding it and inactivating it so that it cannot make sure that your DNA is replicated effectively and without any errors? No, but that's why we should have tested these for cancer-causing potential before we started giving them to our kids.
There are some confirmatory in silico studies.
Yeah, I'll put it into the record.
Yes.
Paper by Jiang in May,
Yes.
where it goes into this data. SARS-CoV-2 spike impairs DNA damage repair.
Thank you.
The key, one of the key points is we still don't officially know what the structure of these so-called vaccines are. I mean, we do have some information now that's been published by a Nobel laureate group from Stanford, looking at the sequence from discards and comparing it with the patents. And there are what are called untranslated regions. Has anyone ever heard of this word, untranslated region? Anyone?
Yes.
A few people. Okay. Everyone has been told that the RNA in there is just RNA that's making this spike protein that's going to make your nice little cute little vaccine, just like those mumps and polio vaccines that we've all had as children. No, wrong. There are untranslated regions, and I'm going to read you what they are. There are 3 human gene sequences in those untranslated regions. One of them, we think, I'm working with a group of molecular biologists and genomics, one of them we think is targeting the mitochondria. I'll tell you what that gene sequence is. It is where is it? The 3' untranslated region comprises 2 sequence elements derived from the amino terminal enhancer of split AS mRNA and the mitochondrial encoded 12S ribosomal RNA to confirm RNA stability and high total protein expression. That's what the WHO document says. Now, if that's true, that could mean, we don't know, we need to find out, that could mean that the expression of the spike protein is actually being expressed, partly at least, in mitochondrial ribosomal.
This is so wrong.
Mitochondrial ribosomal.
No. Yeah.
That means it could be a kamikaze expression.
Dr. Wiseman, listen. You're certainly letting us know you're qualified, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, what I'm talking about, Senator, is in every single drug package insert, you see a chemical structure. Do you not? There is a chemical structure. We need to know the exact chemical structure, the exact sequence of the RNAs and the DNAs in these vaccines.
Right.
Okay, they are being withheld from us. FDA needs to show us what those structures are. It needs to explain what the pseudouridine is doing. They need to explain this paper from Sahin, who is the founder of BioNTech in 2014, they talk about non-natural nucleosides. What are those non-natural nucleosides doing? He talks about the toxicity of them, the pseudouridine. None of that is being discussed. None of that.
So
I want to clarify a little bit
I
there.
agree with you.
Okay.
We need a lot more information.
I want to clarify because people have said this are mRNA vaccines. mRNA only always goes to protein, and we can't do anything. First, we know that people have reverse transcriptase. Yes, it can make DNA. Yes, it can go back into the DNA. But there's something else about RNA. RNA can make little hairpin loops. RNA can regulate your DNA. So when you put an mRNA vaccine or RNA into your body, it can get in, and it can be alternately spliced, it can bind to your DNA, and it can regulate it. For positive or for negative, it can change your gene expression, and there's stuff in there that can do that either intentionally or unintentionally, and we don't know. It's completely unethical because we are just beginning to understand RNA silencing, where these RNA molecules regulate our DNA. So that makes it completely unethical to use this technology.
We have to get on to, there are great unknowns with respect to the vaccines, their mechanism of action, and disease categories like cancer, but there is a disease category upon which the FDA, the CDC, and all stakeholders agree that the vaccines cause, and that's myocarditis or heart inflammation. And I will tell you, as a cardiologist, it is crystal clear that these vaccines cause myocarditis. Dr. Parks has already quoted the paper by Avolio that has shown beyond a shadow of a doubt the vaccines cause myocarditis. The FDA indicates for Pfizer and Moderna that they cause myocarditis. We now have over 200 papers in the peer-reviewed literature on myocarditis, sadly showing the rates of myocarditis are far in excess of what the CDC ever imagined. We've identified that boys have a predilection for this far more than girls. The maximum age group, the peak age group is age 18 to 24, so it's actually the college age. The risk extends up to age 50. And I can tell you that in this age group, it is clear the risks of the vaccines are far greater than the risks of COVID-19, the respiratory illness. Two papers, one by Tracy Hogue at UC Davis, one by Ron Kostoff, that these papers have been presented at the FDA meetings. They have not been challenged as analyses. And there are now fatal cases of myocarditis published by Washington University in St. Louis, by Verma, and by Choi from South Korea. More fatal cases accrue. There is the father of a boy here in this room who's died of myocarditis. One death is too many. One. We have 21,000 cases of myocarditis and climbing in the United States that the CDC has verified. One was too many. Under no circumstances, under any circumstances, should a young person ever receive one of these vaccines, let alone ever be pressured to receive a vaccine, let alone ever be mandated to take a vaccine. This is crystal clear. The FDA agrees. There can be no controversy over this. There can be no normalizing of this. To say that it's mild or it's transitory.
Well, talk about that, because that's what they say, it's mild. Is myocarditis mild?
I'm telling you as a specialist, myocarditis is not mild. There are papers by Schauer and now by Trong at University of Utah at Salt Lake. When they do MRI on these individuals with suspected myocarditis, 100% are having heart damage. 100%. We have a paper by Teshopi and colleagues looking at the outcome of individuals prior to COVID in this age group with myocarditis. 13% will have permanent heart injury. 32% never actually get up to normal. They don't get back to normal. We are seeing unprecedented numbers of athletes dying on the field in Europe. Unprecedented. Of these cardiac arrests, half of them don't come back. We now have a report out of the Heart Group in the UK where actuarial mortality for those under age 15, mortality in the UK is higher than expected.
Dr. Malone.
Just real quick, going back to Mr. Renz.
I wonder if Dr. Malone could follow up on that.
Just real quick, because we're talking about myocarditis. What concerns me so much about the whistleblower report there is this is the only vaccine injury that the CDC, FDA are acknowledging. And you combine that with the fact that there's at least suspicions that the Defense Department is doctoring with the data in their database affecting myocarditis. I mean, I'm sorry, that gets my suspicion antenna.
And the recommendations and the mandates are ignoring the FDA warnings.
I would contend, Senator, that there's not just a suspicion. In August, when the report was run on acute myocarditis in the DoD website, there were 1,239 cases, and now when you run it, it's down to 307. In January of 2022, there were 176 cases, and magically, they are now down to 17. There is a word for that. It's not suspicious. We have in the military the single best data set that exists because we have baselines in there. And acute disease across all categories in the preceding years, 5 years leading up to the vaccination year, was 1.7 million. They introduced and mandated a COVID-19 vaccine for our U.S. military when they had only lost 12 service members total to the disease. And in the 10 months of 2021 after that, it jumped from 1.7 million, all diseases, to darn near 22 million. That was a 20 million increase. We need to not be calling this suspicious. With all due respect, we need to be asking hard questions of the DoD, and I will close by saying they are charged, at least in part, with protecting the sanctity and welfare of the brave men and women who are defending this country. And right now, these numbers indicate something is drastically wrong, and I know of only one reason that databases roll math backward.
So who are you? Identify yourself.
So sorry. My name is Lee Dundas. I'm a human rights attorney that's working with Tom Rentz on the whistleblower issue in the military. I would ask that Congress listen to these whistleblowers, put their testimony on record. These are brave men and women of very high rank in the U.S. military, because not just do we, Congress, in this building need to hear about it, the world needs to hear about what is going on.
Well, I will listen to them. We will take their transcribed interviews. We will gather their data. And again, I put the Defense Department on notice. They must preserve these records so we can investigate.
And we
thank you.
By the way, I've just got to, I have to show you. This is what we get when I investigate. I mean, this isn't to do with this, but this is after a couple of years trying to get information out of another agency, and we finally get the information, and it's all redacted. This is how the federal government, the agencies, comply with congressional oversight.
We're glad to share with you, Senator, because we have quite a bit of those that aren't blanked out, and we also want to tell you, listen. The side effects, the only one that they're recognizing, that's an outright lie. I've got the Pfizer documents. Pfizer said in their FOIA documents that they released, they said, we're looking for these side effects. The FDA said, we're looking for these documents. We've got their documents showing what they're looking for. They're not sharing it with the American people because they're covering this up. Corruption was the word of the day, and I think it needs to be reiterated.
So somebody really quickly in their testimony talked about what the drug companies were supposed to turn over when they made application. Yeah, Dr. Carey,
that was our
talk about that specifically. I mean,
okay, so on the day in which the Pfizer vaccine was authorized under federal regulatory law, that data had to be made public to the American people. By data, I mean the clinical trials data that Pfizer submits to the FDA, that the FDA then reviews and decides whether or not we're going to give.
And why wasn't it?
Well,
was there a waiver granted by FDA? Or?
No. What they said was, you know, we have a lot of FOIA requests, and they didn't deny that they had to release it eventually, because that would have obviously contradicted federal law. So what they said instead was like, you know, even though we have a budget of $6 billion, I think it is, you know, we only have a handful of employees to handle these FOIA requests, and, you know, they have to make a lot of photocopies of these documents.
So
they
slow
walked it. 75 years.
Now a judge has ordered the release, not at 500 pages.
8 months.
But 55, yeah, so we'll get that sooner. Again, we're running out of time. I did want to talk about some of the other revelations. You mentioned FOIA. The FOIA for Japanese regulators showed that this vaccine's not staying in the muscle, as we were kind of all led to believe it would happen. It's actually
animal studies from.
It's by distributing. We know the nanolipid particle, and it also goes through some of these very difficult permeable barriers. For example, the brain. Or
yeah,
okay,
I want to ask Dr. Malone that question, because I worked with lipid nanoparticles for chemotherapy. They are like garlic; they go everywhere. They can they can slip through a door crack. They go through very tight junctions. That's what they do. That's why when I first saw the technology, I knew it was going to end up in the brain, because that's one of the things they were doing, was trying to find lipid nanoparticles to carry chemotherapeutic
agents. Talk about the concern about it getting into the brain.
Well, that was the actual original design for lipid nanoparticles to be used in chemotherapy, because in order to direct chemotherapy to the brain, it's very difficult. So they were going to use lipid nanoparticles to do it. The problem was the lipid nanoparticles went into ovaries, bone marrow, adrenal glands, and other tissues. So it's still being worked on. Studies are still being done. But I was going to ask Dr. Malone, because Dr. McCullough had just talked about the fact that he has concerns. Do you have concerns for this vaccine in children, knowing that it's going in the brain, the bone marrow, the adrenals, and all these other organs?
So the answer is yes. I've said that repeatedly. I've put out a 4-minute clip in which I talk about the damage and risk to children in brain, heart, coagulopathy, reproductive systems, and immune systems. That resulted in a direct attack from the Israeli Ministry of Health on my personal reputation. multiple fact checkers denying it, but the data are incontrovertible. But to your point, Richard, and Jill and I can attest, you know, I do have some credibility here because I did create this technology. I do know in detail. I can speak.
But you don't work for the CDC, NIH, or FDA.
No, no. I actually work for the DoD from time to time. So I do know about the untranslated regions, why they're there. I do understand explicitly in detail about reverse transcriptase and what it can do, et cetera. But I can tell you that we moved off of trying to develop further these mRNA and DNA complexes based on our work in non-human primates and in mice. We spent years with both commercial funding and various public funding, not NIH, trying to advance this technology. Many, many different cationic lipid formulations, compounds tested, screened for toxicity. We could never overcome the hyperinflammatory characteristics of these polynucleotide cationic lipid complexes. We could never get there. Now, the Carrico and Weissman assertion, and it's, you know, it's inside baseball. I brought Katie Carrico into this like a decade after I'd made the basic discoveries. They assert that the inclusion of the pseudouridine reduces the inflammatory response. But the data show that that is a marginal decrease, and the data also show from their competitor, it's important to remember that they are BioNTech, Katie's a vice president. So their competitor in Germany has shown very good immune response without the pseudouridine. So you're right, pseudouridine is a synthetic compound. The logic is that incorporation of pseudouridine reduces the inflammatory response, but the inflammatory response is still there. And to your point, Richard, we are clearly seeing not only specific effects associated with spike protein, but non-specific effects associated with the liponanocomplexes. How do we know that? Because Moderna gave us a presentation to their stockholders recently where they rolled out their phase 1 data on their influenza vaccine candidates that are using the same technology platform. So no spike protein associated influenza antigens. And in their hands at the 100 microgram dose, which is the dose that's used in the emergency use authorized vaccines, 90% of the subjects had adverse events compared to 30% in the placebo group. This is phase 1 data. Now that data has not been disclosed publicly, it was only disclosed to their stockholders, but what it clearly demonstrates is that the cationic lipid RNA complexes have intrinsic toxicity above and beyond just that associated with the spike. So when we get into these arguments about is it spike, is it the lipids, blah, 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 it's both, okay? We have a tendency to get binary. It's either this or that. No, it can be both. Regarding the data package from Japan that Byron Bridle first acquired, and then I think I was the first after that. People often get confused about this, but Senator, this is the thing that worries me among the most, is that limited data that was not produced to any quality standard that any clinical trial, you know, precursor, non-clinical data package I've ever seen would be allowed to be used. What the FDA and the regulatory authorities all over the world allowed was for Pfizer to collect data involving unrelated RNAs, other candidates, amalgamate it together, and submit it as a package. And in those data, which are not according to good laboratory practices, they did demonstrate that these lipid nanoparticles go all over the body, just as Richard is saying, and oddly, they seem to differentially go to ovaries and bone marrow, but ovaries relative to testes. And it's important everybody kind of latches onto this and they say, oh, there's spike protein in the ovaries. No, that's not what they measured. They didn't ever measure spike protein. What they measured was the lipid component, these synthetic lipids, which is the other thing you didn't mention in this cocktail, okay? These synthetic lipids go to ovaries. Now, who cares? Well, when your child is born, when your daughter is born, she has all the eggs she's ever going to have in her ovaries. And we do know that, and the CDC now finally acknowledges, after women all over the world complaining about their altered menses and getting, I mean, I felt like I was in the mid 20th century. It was attributed to hysteria, much as your own story. These alterations in menstruation were believed to represent hysterical women. The CDC is now acknowledging it. The thing is that the ovary drives menstruation, as Ryan will, I'm sure, attest. Hormonally, the ovary drives menstruation. When we're seeing altered menstrual cycles, we're seeing the phenomena of postmenopausal women starting to bleed. That's a hallmark that something's going on in the ovaries. And we know that these lipids are going to the ovaries. We know that these are synthetic, abnormal fats that insert into membranes and change the charge of cell surfaces. That's all true. So all we have is this trail of breadcrumbs. And unfortunately, apparently, the FDA made a determination that they would treat these products using their standard checklist approach for a standard vaccine. And they did not use the checklist that they would use for gene therapy. And furthermore, they didn't make any special accommodation for the novel nature of this technology, which has not been previously characterized. And so what we end up with is the FDA making a decision to move forward with a data package that's grossly inadequate, that doesn't meet any standards at all, that are the norms in my industry that I've been trained on, and that is overlooking known problems. And then when patients are coming, women in particular, and complaining about these reproductive effects, they're being subjected to the same kind of character assassination and ridicule that we all get routinely from our friends Mark Zuckerberg et al. So Senator, I do, in terms of the pediatric, as somebody who is intimately familiar with this technology, I'm not too worried about the untranslated regions, but that's a formal possibility, and it absolutely should have been investigated. And the FDA has been grossly derelict in not following through on these things. But beyond that, we have a clear trail of breadcrumbs about reproductive toxicity that's not being followed up. And I am concerned about our children. I'm concerned about all of those effects: brain, heart, blood coagulation, reproductive system, immunologic system, and furthermore, they're not at risk for this virus. Why are we doing this? And mandating these vaccines for children just breaks my heart.
Okay. Well, we really need to wrap up.
Senator, if I can get an opportunity.
I'm going to get to you. Those of you who know me realize that my first child was born with transfers in the great arteries. And I love doctors. I love nurses so much because they saved her life. The skill of the surgeons was unbelievable. They revamped the upper chamber of her heart so her heart operates backwards today. So I enter this with just a deep respect for the doctors, all your training. One thing I definitely noticed, though, is as much as I value the skill, it was the caregiving of the nurses that, I saw minute by minute. So I kind of want to wrap this up. We have very limited time, so please introduce yourself, tell your story, and then we'll wrap this up.
Sure. Thank you, Senator, for giving me an uninterrupted opportunity to represent the harm that is coming to the patients in the American hospitals and the lack of early intervention. My name is Nicole Sirotek. I'm a registered nurse. I've been a registered nurse for over a decade. My specialty is critical care, trauma, and flight. Since the start of the COVID pandemic, I've actually been rebranded, I guess you can say, as a leading expert in early intervention strategies executed on a large mass scale using the FLCCC protocol, as well as COVID patient ventilator protective strategies to optimize COVID patients on the ventilators. My story actually begins back in May of 2020. I was one of the original nurses that went to NYC to help with the COVID pandemic, because as we remembered, they needed nurses, and most importantly, they needed ventilators. Well, I was the whole package, a flight nurse that can manage ventilators. And when I arrived there, the gross negligence and the medical, malfeasance that happened in there and the complete medical mismanagement of these patients is what has led us to the situation that we're in right now. The pandemic and the hysteria that was created from poor public health measures and poor execution of appropriate early intervention strategies and the handicapping of medical professionals doing their job has led to where we are right now and into the crisis situation that we are in. I will use several key case studies that will represent larger descriptive statistical information for what I'm going to speak of. But when I was in New York, and what continues to happen today, is that many of them are not dying from COVID. Now, many people don't know about me is that I'm actually a master's prepared biochemist, and I have worked extensively with the HIV virus, tracking genetic mutations. So I feel very comfortable going toe-to-toe with some of these doctors here, although I am not a doctor, I'm just a nurse. But what we saw in these front lines, we knew what was happening. And when we asked for the ibuprofen, they said, no, it was contraindicated. When we asked, like, why aren't we giving them steroids? Oh, well, it's not. We were just following orders. Following orders has led to the sheer number of deaths that has occurred in these hospitals. I didn't see a single patient died of COVID. I've seen a substantial number of patients die of negligence and medical malfeasance. When I was on the front lines of New York, I'm unfortunately known globally viral as the nurse that was in the break room sobbing, saying that they were murdering my patients. The pharmaceutical companies had gone into those hospitals and decided to practice, I guess you can say, on the minorities, on the disadvantaged, on the marginalized populations that we know that we had no advocates for, because the very agencies that should have been protecting them were closed because we were sheltering in place. Now, while I was there and I saw that the pharmaceutical companies were rolling out remdesivir onto the patients, I tried to get a hold of the IRBs, I tried to get a hold of my appropriate chain of command, I tried CMS, I tried Department of Health, and they rolled out remdesivir onto a substantial number of patients for which we all saw it was killing the patients. And now it's the FDA-approved drug that is continuing to kill patients in the United States. As nurses, we've collected a statistical or descriptive amount of information that you may not get from the doctors, because from where they do quantitative data, we do qualitative data with a humanistic, phenomenological approach in nursing research. And so we've collected the data from all of these patients across the country from which we have been helping patients, because I formed the organization American Frontline Nurses and the Advocacy Network, so nurses could advocate for these patients. And all of this data pool shows that as these patients get remdesivir, they have a less than 25% chance of survival if they get more than 2 doses. Now, they're rolling it out on children as well, and into the nursing homes or skilled nursing facilities as early intervention, when, as Dr. Pierre Corey and Dr. Merrick have already demonstrated, that there are cost-effective medications out there, and we are going to see the amplification of death across our country. And we haven't even touched on the vaccines, for which all of our expert panels have already very well described that situation, so I won't touch on that, since many of them are by far superior to me than even I could ever hope to be. But I can tell you that 2 days ago, I flew out my first 10-year-old with a heart attack, and I had to fight the doctor in the ER because he's like, 10-year-olds don't have heart attacks. And I argued back and forth for 30 minutes to force his hand to get an EKG, to find out that he had almost a complete STEMI, which is ST elevated myocardial infarction, for which you could see it lit up on the 12-lead EKG. And he's like, well, that's not possible. And I'm like, well, he was just vaccinated yesterday. It is very much possible. At any given time, people are getting a hold of me and the nurse advocates at American Frontline Nurses to help advocate, because as you've seen, there is victim shaming that it's anxiety, oh, it's this. But in actuality, if they put down that it was a vaccine injury, the physician, the corporation, the hospital, the clinic, they actually won't get reimbursed, so it gets labeled as anxiety or neuropathy or Guillain-Barré syndrome, when in actuality, it's very realistically a vaccine injury. Now, I'm not, even though I founded American Frontline Nurses, I've traveled extensively to South America, India, and South Africa, working in hot zones, stopping the spread of the virus, and working with early intervention. And nowhere in those countries, in developing nations, do I see these issues that we see here in the United States. It's actually, I'm a very proud American citizen. I come from a family of immigrants, and my mother told me that the United States is the best country in the world, though granted I am biased being an American. And our level of healthcare has been deteriorated to substandard third world nation healthcare, whereas I tell people you are better off in South America in a field hospital than you are in level 1 trauma designer hospitals in the United States. As nurses, we are getting reports across the country from our American Frontline Nurses about patients not getting food, patients not getting water. How come a patient hasn't been fed in 9 days? Why do I need to get a court order to force a hospital to feed a person who isn't intubated and who's literally telling you they would like food? Oh, well, you can't take your BiPAP mask off. Well, that's what us nurses are for. We're going to help you take that off, and we're going to help you eat, but we're not allowed to. If they're on a ventilator, they're not getting basic standards of care. I've had patients that haven't been bathed, haven't been fed, haven't been given water, haven't been turned. And if you ask me, this isn't a hospital, this is a concentration camp. That's right. Absolutely it is. Nowhere in the United States do we isolate people for hundreds of hours at a time with no human contact. It's not even allowed in the prisons. You are not allowed to isolate a prisoner for beyond a certain extensive amount of time because it is horrible for their mental health and is considered inhumane. However, in these hospitals now, we're allowed to isolate patients from their families for days, and you have to say goodbye to them over an iPhone, as Jennifer Bridges has just demonstrated to us, or she has to shuttle people in to see. And personally, I was fired for sneaking a Hispanic family in to say the last rites to their family. And so thank you, Senator Johnson, for giving nurses the opportunity to come and represent our patients, because as you can see, we're not often thought of as leading professionals, though we are the missing link between the doctors and the patients. So thank you so much for this time.
Okay. Thank you for being a nurse. So I'm hoping everybody that viewed this today recognizes the qualifications of the individuals that spoke here today. Now, again, there's disagreement between people in this room. The viewpoints expressed were those of those individuals expressing it. But these are real-world experiences from people that are on the front lines, that are treating patients. And it's different from probably anything you've heard, unless you've been following these people in the media, trying to break through, trying to convey to the American public and provide the information that I think we all need, that we all deserve. Now, my antenna is always up because I'm getting accused of spreading misinformation all the time. So I can imagine how the news media is going to treat so much of this. They're going to pick little phrases out, and they're going to pick it apart, and they're going to try and marginalize this entire event. All I can ask is the viewers to share this. Tell your friends, I know this is long. This is a 5-hour-long panel, and we didn't even scratch the surface of what we need to discuss. This shouldn't have been necessary. As our information grew, as we became better and better educated, less ignorant about the coronavirus, COVID, the COVID vaccines, this should have been made public every step along the way. But it wasn't. So again, I'm just asking the viewing public to have an open mind, respect these individuals who have paid a significant price, professionally, reputationally. These are highly qualified individuals. They speak from experience.
We've got to fix this problem. We can't let this continue. We can't let it happen in the future. So again, thank all of you for coming. Thank you for being doctors, for being nurses, for being academicians, for being medical researchers, and thank all of you for viewing this. Share this with your friends. God bless you all.
Good job. Good job. Good.
The U.S. recorded its first laboratory-confirmed case of COVID on January 20th, 2020, 2 years and 4 days ago. We have endured 2 years of the pandemic, and COVID-related deaths have surpassed 5.6 million globally and 889,000 in the U.S. The U.S. ranks 22nd in deaths per million at 2,575. Sweden, if you all recall, Sweden early in the pandemic was excoriated by the world press. Sweden ranks 63rd with 1,514 deaths per million. Again, the U.S. were 22nd at 2,575. Sweden is 63rd at 1,514. The human toll resulting from economic shutdowns is incalculable. The erosion of freedom and growing divisions within society, exacerbated by vaccine mandates, should concern us all. The latest variant, Omicron, is sweeping the planet as a weary public prays for it to be the last. The purpose of today's forum is to discuss the global pandemic response, the current state of knowledge regarding early and hospital treatment, vaccine efficacy and safety, what we did right, what went wrong, what should be done now, and what needs to be addressed long term. There's still much to learn about the coronavirus, COVID the disease, and COVID vaccines. Early in the pandemic, our knowledge was minimal. But even then, because of what we learned from Italy and the Princess cruise ship, it was becoming obvious COVID was a disease that targeted the old and those with certain comorbidities. Instead of using that information, public health officials pursued a one-size-fits-all response that relied heavily on creating a state of fear to ensure compliance. They also kept moving the goalposts. For example, we went from a 2-week shutdown to flatten the curve to zero COVID. From masks weren't necessary to a single mask wasn't adequate. From a vaccine that would prevent infection to a vaccine that reduced severity of the disease. And as goalposts were moving, different viewpoints were being crushed. At the very moment when outside-the-box thinking was required, the internet could have been used by practicing physicians to share their experiences as they developed effective therapies. The internet was used instead to censor discussion and vilify anyone with a different opinion. Until COVID, a fundamental principle of medicine was early detection, allowed for early treatment, which produced better results. 2 years into the pandemic, the compassionless guideline from the NIH, if you test positive, is to essentially do nothing. Go home, isolate yourself in fear, and pray you don't require hospitalization. It has also been sound medical advice when dealing with a serious illness to get a second opinion, maybe even a third. Today is about getting that long overdue second opinion. So just a couple of housekeeping items here. First of all, I want to thank everybody for coming to the event here in person. I want to thank the news outlets that are live streaming this, OAN, Rumble. But in particular, I want to thank the courageous doctors that have shown the compassion to actually treat patients, to struggle to provide the information that is being kept from the American public, and suffer the vilification, the censorship, the suppression, the termination, the lawsuits that has come with their courage. Now, one thing I hope everybody realizes how highly qualified this panel is. I intended, quite honestly, for this event to hold no more than a half a dozen, but it was pretty hard to turn down the offers of eminently qualified individuals coming here to share their information, their opinion with the American public. So just so you understand how I met these individuals, very early on in the pandemic, I was witnessing videos being posted by other courageous doctors that were thinking outside the box and coming up with a different theory of what this disease really was. They started posting their videos, and those videos started being taken down. And somehow, I really don't know how, I got involved in, connected to a group of global doctors and medical researchers on a number of different email sites. And I rarely chimed in, but I was just listening to the flourishing of information, the sharing of different studies, completely different from what I was hearing in the mainstream media. I'm not quite sure how all these experts came together. I'm hoping to ask them if they can kind of tell us exactly how that happened. But again, I just want to thank them for being doctors, for being medical research, for being medical researchers, for being academicians that have had the courage to withstand all the criticism. Now, I do want to point out that we invited folks from the other side of the narrative, federal health agencies, their heads, or some representative from them, the CEOs or some representative from the vaccine manufacturers. They decided not to show up, which I think is somewhat telling, but also very disappointing. Now, I do have, I want to report that one individual I invited was Dr. John Raymond from the Medical College of Wisconsin. And Dr. Raymond, again, this was short notice. I don't blame him for not being able to disrupt his schedule and be able to travel here right away. But he was at least courteous enough to send me a letter, which I will enter into my own personal record on our website. I just want to read two of the 10 points that he made. His second point is, what we need to do is to holistically evaluate our strengths and gaps in medicine, science, society, and policy with humility, integrity, and curiosity, so that our next public health response is efficient, is seamless, and inextricably integrates decisions about human health, our economy, the needs of our communities, and the future of our children. His third point is for each of us, none excluded, to openly, honestly, and with respect and compassion explore how, where, and why the roots of division are springing up within our nation, our communities, and our institutions. I don't think there's an American that can disagree with what Dr. Raymond wrote. And I also have to say this is exactly what we are attempting to do here today. So again, I want to thank Dr. Raymond. Sorry he couldn't come here today. What I'm hoping is that we can assemble, probably not as large a panel because a lot of these folks are in here for the anti-mandate rally, but maybe a few of you would come to Wisconsin and sit down and actually have a discussion, an open dialogue, an honest dialogue, because I think that'd be very important for not only the folks in Wisconsin, but for the American public. Now, the way this event is going to unfold is I've asked each of the presenters to provide an opening statement. I was quite adamant about keeping it to 400 words, so this should move pretty quickly. Following that, we'll have an open, pretty free-flowing discussion. I've got a bunch of questions. They will question each other. We'll have opportunity for the press to ask questions. We'll have some opportunity for some members of the audience also to step forward, because other people who have the opportunity to have them here. We also have the opportunity for the viewing audience to ask questions through our Rumble webpage. Now, for the audience, I do want, and I'm telling everybody, keep your answers, keep your statements succinct. There's a lot of ground to cover here. And Dr. McCulloch will be my co-moderator here, and we'll try and keep this going as quickly as possible. So with that, I think we should start the opening statements, and we'll start with Dr. Peter McCulloch. By the way, I asked everybody to submit their bios in 75 words. Their qualifications are so extensive, it was very difficult for many of them. I apologize, I've cut them down to 75 words, but you can kind of fill in some of the gaps. But Dr. Peter McCulloch is an internist, cardiologist, epidemiologist, and a leader in the medical response of the COVID-19 disaster. He published Pathophysiological Basis and Rationale for Early Outpatient Treatment of SARS-CoV-2 Infection, the first multi-drug protocol for ambulatory patients infected with SARS-CoV-2 in the American Journal of Medicine, which he subsequently updated in reviews in cardiovascular medicine. He has more than 650 PubMed listings, 52 on COVID-19, and has commented extensively on the medical response. And again, this just barely scratches the surface of Dr. McCulloch's qualifications. So, Dr. McCulloch.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to present now for a second time in the U.S. Senate. And I have organized my comments along the 4 pillars of pandemic response. I presented this to America November 19th, 2020, in the Department of Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Subcommittee on Early Treatment. That was one of 2 historic Senate subcommittee hearings led by Senator Ron Johnson. And in that hearing, I presented the concept that our country should have always had a balanced approach to responding to the pandemic along 4 major principles. The first is to limit the spread of the virus. We quickly learned that this virus was a respiratory virus, that it spread from someone who is sick with symptoms to someone who's susceptible, who could actually acquire the infection, and they themselves become symptomatic. We learned early on that the virus is not spread from an asymptomatic person to another asymptomatic person. It was always symptomatic to susceptible person. And for those reasons, we had an opportunity on contagion control, but our efforts to do so were extremely limited. You can see the type of effort to limit the spread of control regarding hand sanitizer. It's not a hand infection. We quickly learned that it's not a hand infection. It's not spread by hands or pizza boxes or other objects. It was actually spread by an aerosol in the air. And later on in this proceedings, we've asked Dr. Bhattacharya from Stanford to present a brief video on the Great Barrington Declaration, because he led that effort with others that addressed some fundamentals on pillar number 1. Pillar number 2 is the pillar of early treatment. And I think everyone in this room could understand there are only 2 bad outcomes with COVID-19: hospitalization and death. And if everybody in this room and everyone in the nation understood that they could get a respiratory illness and survive it in the comfort of their own home, assisted by medications in some individuals who were at high risk for that outcome, they could get along with that and understand that America would get through this illness together. And as we sit here today, there are 217,000 papers in the peer-reviewed published literature in PubMed. 94,000 of them deal with hospitalization and death as an outcome and in hospital treatment. 26,279 deal with vaccines, and 1,417 deal with treatment, and a small fraction of that is early treatment. We're going to hear from experts today on the principles of early treatment based on drugs used in combination with a signal of benefit and acceptable safety to be used under the guidance of the precautionary principle that this is a mass casualty event and we cannot wait for large randomized trials that are not forthcoming. And we certainly can't wait for guidelines that depend on those randomized trials. The third pillar is hospital care. We are going to hear today from experts who have a tremendous experience, some in the outpatient and the inpatient realm in the continuum of care, and others exclusively on inpatient care. But I can tell you, as a doctor, making an observation, being in a large academic medical center, currently in Dallas, Texas, but also throughout my career, to this day, we're 2 years into the pandemic, there is not a single hospital in America that is holding itself out as a center of excellence for the treatment of COVID-19. Yet those same very medical centers hold themselves out as experts in cardiovascular care or cancer care. There's still not a single academic medical center there in the United States today that has an early treatment program or even has continuity of care of patients going from the outpatient to the inpatient and back to the outpatient realm. The fourth pillar is vaccination. And vaccination, as we see it today, has been the central effort of our federal relief in COVID-19. And we're going to have a very careful review of vaccination. In fact, mass discrimination, another term that applies to that is indiscriminate vaccination. Now, I can tell you, speaking for the doctors around this table, we widely use vaccines as part of our clinical practice. This is a part of medicine. It is a standard accepted part of medicine. We have over 70 vaccines that are used in clinical practice, and they do work to help prevent the binary outcome of getting a disease, particularly a disease that is a low prevalence disease or a disease that one yet has not acquired. But never in human history have we widely applied vaccinations into the middle of a widely prevalent pandemic where people are falling ill, recovering, and falling ill again. And we will hear about vaccines and their role in pandemic response. So I've set the table. These are the 4 pillars of pandemic response, and I'll turn it back over to Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Dr. McCulloch. Our next presenter is Dr. Ryan Cole. Dr. Cole is CEO and Medical Director of Cole Diagnostic, serves clinicians throughout Idaho and the nation with expert pathology diagnoses and patient-centered care. Dr. Cole completed his residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at the Mayo Clinic, where he was chief fellow during his surgical pathology fellowship, followed by a year as chief fellow at the Ackerman Academy of Dermatopathology in New York City on the direction of world-renowned dermapathologist, the late A. Bernard Ackerman. Having seen over 500,000 pathology cases in his practice, he is uniquely suited to provide answers quickly and accurately, and I apologize for mispronouncing all these medical terms. Dr. Cole.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you to my esteemed colleagues, and I must commend you at pronouncing those actually quite well, so thank you. It's an honor to be here. I'd like to start really quick with a story. So a high-risk individual approaches me, 50 years old, obese, type 1 diabetic, calls me, I have COVID. This was about a year ago. What do I do? Help, help, I'm going to the ER, my oxygen's 86. I have excruciating pain in my lungs. So I said, you're going to the pharmacy, don't go to the ER. I called in some early treatment medications of the drugs which shall not be named. Said individual calls me a couple hours later and says, you know that excruciating 9 out of 10 lung pain, it's now 2 out of 10, 6 hours later. Well, I know the mechanisms of the medication I prescribed. A few hours later, and the next morning, he calls me, he says, you know that oxygen saturation of 86, it's now 98%. I said, isn't that fantastic? Early treatment works. That individual is my brother. I am my brother's keeper. Now, this virus we have known, as much as we've been told it's a novel virus. Viruses are novel. This is 80% similar to a virus we experienced 2 decades ago. There's not a whole lot novel about this, other than the fact that a few sequences are different. But we're physicians and scientists, and we understand virology. We understand how disease works. So an upper respiratory infection, a virus, will replicate in the body for only about a week. At that point, you only have residual parts of the virus. So these tests that pick up, oh, you're positive still, you're positive still. No, those are the car parts, not the car anymore. So we have a week of intervention to where we can maybe try to intervene and stop the viral replication. Beyond that, we're really just spitting in the wind. Beyond that, then the virus and the phase of the disease becomes an inflammatory one, and we know with this particular disease, a clotting one. Well, in medicine for eons, we have known how to treat inflammation and clotting. So the simple construct or the simple concept that there's nothing we can do, go home, let your lips turn blue, is a false construct. It just takes the will to say, we're smart individuals. I sit here with an esteemed team of bipartisan colleagues from all walks of medicine and politics and life that are highly intelligent, that know how to treat a simple upper respiratory infection and the things, the sequelae that happen after the virus is replicated. So yes, I am my brother's keeper. Yes, I am a scientist. Yes, you're privileged, and I'm honored to be in a room of such intelligent people that know that there is treatment for this disease. Early treatment saves lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cole. Our next presenter is Dr. Harvey Risch. Dr. Risch is a professor of epidemiology at Yale School of Public Health. He has been a university epidemiologist for more than 40 years and is a fellow of the American College of Epidemiology and a member of the Connecticut Academy of Science and Engineering. After getting his MD degree, he completed a PhD in mathematical modeling of infectious epidemics. He has published more than 400 scientific research papers that have been cited more than 44,000 times. Just quick little aside here. Dr. Risch and Dr. McCulloch joined me with Dr. George Freed, who can't be with us today, in November of 2020 in my first hearing on early treatment. Following that, the New York Times published an article, a column written by the Democrat witness at that hearing, Dr. Ashish Jha, who had never treated a COVID patient. I actually read an article later. He holed up in his apartment for like over a year until he got a vaccine. But the New York Times titled that paper, or that column, "The Snake Oil Salesman of the Senate." I want people to know that because as you listen to Dr. McCulloch, as you listen to Dr. Risch, ask yourself, do they really seem to be snake oil salesmen to you? They seem to be eminently qualified professionals that, again, in Dr. McCulloch's case, has had the courage and compassion to actually treat COVID patients. Dr. Risch.
Thank you, Senator, colleagues, listeners. It's my honor to be addressing you today and to answer questions later. We heard at the beginning of the pandemic that one of the medications that has been used in early treatment, hydroxychloroquine or HCQ, was a game changer and would be effective in the treatment of COVID outpatients starting during the first few days of the illness. And then we heard study after study and media report after media report saying that HCQ doesn't work. These negative claims continued for months until the media got bored with all this and then acted as if the case were closed. However, this was a sham. The media reports never covered how the negative studies were actually fake studies. Well, they did cover the Surgisphere fraud, the study that was published that was retracted, but that managed to change the WHO's policy before it got retracted. And the media never covered how the randomized trials that were put out that were supposedly informative about the lack of benefit of hydroxychloroquine had hid their positive results, were designed for low-risk people who never had any real risk for hospitalization or death outcomes, were not blinded, or had no idea who their internet participants really were, or any of the other numerous flaws that made them essentially irrelevant. And the media studiously avoided covering the 10 proper trials of hydroxychloroquine outpatient use that showed significant benefit for hospitalization and mortality. And just as a quick aside, the top two figures are for hydroxychloroquine for hospitalization risk and mortality risk. To the left of the vertical line means benefit. The diamond means how big the range of possible values are. There's very significant 50% reduced risk for hospitalization, 75% reduced risk of mortality. And just for comparison, you can see very similar results for ivermectin in the bottom two trials. Okay? This is real evidence. This is real scientific evidence. Now, the media has not reported any of these studies, but that does not make them non-existent. These studies involved, the hydroxychloroquine studies involved more than 40,000 patients, including nationwide studies in 2 countries. So we see here that early hydroxychloroquine use dramatically reduces the risk of hospitalization and mortality. Now, we could later or never, if you want, discuss randomized versus non-randomized trials, the scientific issues involved in that. But what you've seen here is essentially scientific proof. Given that, why aren't doctors across the U.S. actually prescribing hydroxychloroquine as part of early outpatient treatment? Well, in fact, early in 2020, doctors did start using hydroxychloroquine in outpatients. But this was short-circuited by an act of FDA and BARDA employees to use the emergency use authorization regulations to block hydroxychloroquine use in outpatients, except in randomized trials. And these trials are the same ones that would be cut off by participant fear because of the Surgisphere papers. And then the FDA mounted its biggest fraud of all times. By putting up this warning. This warning says, FDA cautions against the use of hydroxychloroquine in outpatients outside of the hospital setting. But then, in the justification, it says, we base this on information to treat hospitalized patients. Hospital disease, as we'll hear, and as we know from 2 years of dealing with COVID, is a completely different illness treated with different drugs, different medications in the hospital. Outpatient disease is flu-like. Hospital disease is a florid pneumonia. And so the fact that the FDA would base recommendations and warnings on hospital disease, which is a totally different disease than outpatient disease, is a fraud. This website is still there today and constitutes an outright fraud, okay? This basically scared everyone across the country against using this on the basis of this fraudulent website. Now, Senator Johnson has twice demanded from the FDA, in writing, to release the data that they relied upon to make this claim of warning, and twice the FDA has refused. So at this point, we know it works. We have lots of medicines, not just hydroxychloroquine, not just ivermectin for that matter, that need to be used, and the FDA has to be held accountable for this website. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rich. We're going to change the order a little bit. We're going to go to Pierre Corey first, and then to you, Dr. Parks. The reason I want to go to Dr. Corey first is to just point out, I didn't say this initially, but the viewpoints expressed by all these individuals are their viewpoints. One thing I've certainly noticed as being part of this group is they don't all agree. Sometimes they disagree quite strenuously, and there's nothing wrong with that. Again, I'll point out there's so much we don't know. I would have liked to have seen a much larger dose of modesty coming out of our federal health officials and the legacy media and big tech when it came to, we would be so much better off if there was robust debate and discussion. So anyway, these are two individuals that differ slightly in terms of what drug they prefer. So let me go to Dr. Pierre Corey. He's a pulmonary and critical care medicine specialist and a former associate professor and chief of the critical care service at the University of Wisconsin, which is how I first noticed him. During COVID, he co-founded and serves as the president and chief medical officer of the Frontline COVID-19 Critical Care Alliance, a nonprofit organization dedicated to developing effective treatment protocols. He has published over 10 peer-reviewed manuscripts on COVID-19 and is considered one of the world's clinical experts on the role of ivermectin and early treatments. As a further introduction, I did become aware of Dr. Corey early in the pandemic, as I would put on my first hearing to just put things in perspective. We had Johnny Anitas, we had a bunch of Emily qualified individuals just talking about this disease versus others in terms of mortality rates, that type of thing. But a few days before the hearing, I heard of Dr. Corey and his groups recommending corticosteroids as an in-hospital treatment, and it intrigued me, so I invited him. He testified virtually as we were doing back in May. I had doctors come up to me afterwards, crediting me with saving their patient's life because they had listened to Dr. Corey. 6, 7 months later, after the New York Times called these gentlemen, and me, snake oil salesman in the Senate, didn't deter me. I had Dr. Corey come back and talk about his group's work on ivermectin. His impassioned opening statement, which I think was prompted by my ranking member's insults, basically called him a partisan hack, but in Senate speak, diplomatically, fired him up, and he offered an impassioned opening statement, which was viewed by 8 million people on YouTube before it was taken down and censored. So without further ado, Dr. Corey.
Thanks, Senator Johnson. Mike, turn it on.
And get it close.
Okay. So I'm really tired of watching the U.S. health system's failed response to this pandemic. I cannot list, and I do not have the time today to talk about the innumerable failed policy responses. Some of them are so obscene, absurd, illogical, and non-scientific that they're almost unspeakable. Things like, if you guys remember, not testing the vaccinated. Things like not recommending vitamin D, not checking vitamin D levels. I mean, things that are so fundamental, basic about science and medicine, and that they've been avoided. And I have to say, I'm going to call it out, and I'm known for this. I call it like I see it. I'm calling attention to the corruption. If you look at these innumerable failed policies, there's only one way to understand them. They are literally written by pharmaceutical companies. Almost every single policy serves the interest of a pharmaceutical company. However, if you look outside the United States and look around the world, there have been numerous successes. As one of the world experts on ivermectin, let me just talk about some programs which used ivermectin. My colleagues here, as Dr. Risch just pointed out, there are a number of compounds that we've identified that are effective in early treatment. Almost all of them are repurposed or generic. But let me just say a few words about ivermectin and what it's doing around the world. Not in the United States. In the United States, it's a horse dewormer, it's horse paste, and only the illiterate, ignorant, and or unvaccinated use it. But let's talk about some of those successful programs. Number one, across the world, there have been programs by health ministries which employed either widespread distribution or test and treat programs. I'm going to list them for you today. Listen well. That medication has been shown to literally solve the pandemic in numerous regions around the world. Mexico City, December of 2020. Their state health system deployed an early test and treat program. They deployed 250 mobile testing units throughout Mexico City, and they had treatment kits. They used and they collected data on 120,000 people. 50,000 of them took treatment kits, and they found in those who were given treatment kits that up to 75% avoided hospitalization. Up to 75% avoided hospitalization. Their hospitals emptied. Argentina, La Misiones, another health ministry, early test and treat with significant dosing for 5-day strategy. They found that over 4,000 patients, again, 75% reduction in the need for hospitalization and an 88% reduction in death. They were avoiding hospitalization and avoiding dying. The miracle of Uttar Pradesh, which is not covered in any newspaper in almost any country around the world. They literally eradicated COVID from its borders. It's a poor state in northern India, using over 70,000 healthcare workers distributed across the country or their state. They visited 97,000 villages. They tested early. They gave everyone ivermectin in early treatment. They gave household members ivermectin for prevention, and all of the healthcare workers took it. In September of 2021, they reported that in 67 of the 75 districts, there was not one active case. Their positivity rate in the previous 2.5 million tests was 0.007%, which is effectively zero. They eradicated COVID from their borders. This was not covered. This was not covered. 2 newspapers in India covered this, and the word ivermectin was not mentioned. The Brazilian city of Itajai. This is a paper that was published in the last 2 weeks. It is one of the most remarkable studies in the history of medicine because it included complete data on 160,000 people in the city of Itajai, where that health ministry in June of 2020 offered its entire citizens, inhabitants, the opportunity to take ivermectin as a preventative. 113,000 people decided to, and something around 50,000 did not. And when you compared the two groups, even though the group that elected to take it was sicker, older, more overweight, much more disease, they got the disease 50% less. They went to the hospital 68% less, and they died 70% less often. It is a truly remarkable study using immense amounts of data. La Pampas, Argentina, same thing. Early test and treat program showing that the need for ICU or death fell by 50 and 60%. Peru did mass distributions long ago in 2020 until they stopped doing it because the administration changed. But they showed in all of the regions where they did mass distributions, mortality rates and case counts fell. It is a highly effective medicine. Even in Japan, the president of the Tokyo Medical Association announced to all doctors during a summer surge that they should use ivermectin in the treatment. Within weeks, the hospitalization rates reported out of Japan were lower than at any other time in the pandemic. That medication works. And when you deploy it in an early test and treat strategy, you can cure and solve this pandemic. That information is being buried. Why is that happening, you might ask? I'm going to say that what I've just reported today, that information is being suppressed across most of the world. United States health agency structures and policies created over the last 50 years have tightly intertwined the pharmaceutical industry with public health institutions, resulting in repeated policies placing pharmaceutical industry interests ahead of the welfare of U.S. citizens. The industry's capture of our health agencies, combined with their increasing financial control of most major media, social media, and medical journals, has led to an ability to widely suppress and or distort any information which supports the efficacy of repurposed, low-cost, off-patent medicines. This war has been going on for decades, and this decades-long war on repurposed drugs waged with the ever-present goal of protecting the market for novel, patented, obscenely profitable, and often barely tested and toxic medications, has reached a pinnacle in COVID-19. It's an absurdity, it's an obscenity, and it's a crime. It has to stop. The impacts of their disinformation war on repurposed medicine now constitute crimes against humanity, given the global morbidity, mortality, and loss of social, societal, and economic liberties that could have been avoided if such information would have been widely disseminated.
Thank you, Dr. Corey. Next presenter will be Dr. Richard Urso. Dr. Urso is a medical doctor and scientist who graduated AOA with the highest honors from the University of Texas School of Medicine. He continued with 5 years of postgraduate training and research is the sole inventor of an FDA-approved wound healing drug. He's gone on to repurpose many other medications for usage in scarring, wound healing, inflammation, and viral infection. He is the former chief of orbital oncology at the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center. He's been involved in COVID-19 since March 2020, discussing pandemic response, and he has treated over 1,600 COVID patients. Quick, Dr. Urso, I've always thought of you as an ophthalmologist. You're an ophthalmologist, correct? Yeah. So obviously you have far greater qualifications, but I always was wondering, what was an ophthalmologist treating adult COVID patients? But
yeah, that's a great question. So. I'll get to that. I'll weave that into the story because I have I think a really positive message. So it's been a great tragedy these last 2 years, but it really didn't have to be that way. I would say with my esteemed colleagues here, thank you for all of you have sort of influenced a lot of my thinking, and I think all of us will say that we have this. We know how to treat diseases. So COVID-19, the novel coronavirus. Right from the get-go, I spent 9 years in a tissue culture lab doing inflammation, scarring, tumor virus work. I really just looked at it, okay, it's a respiratory virus. What do we know about respiratory viruses? We know that respiratory viruses live about 5 to 7 days. So I was, as I looked at this, I thought, well, that's probably going to be true for this virus. We didn't have it cultured yet, but as it turned out, in the first year of culturing the virus, I don't think any live virus was cultured past 8 days. It was usually about 5, 6 days. So that held true. So back in March of 2020, a bunch of my colleagues, we assembled, we started looking at options of what we can do. And it became quite evident after talking to people in Italy and South Korea and elsewhere that it was a respiratory virus that was going to be causing a lot of inflammation. And then one of the unique things that was happening here, this respiratory virus for a coronavirus was causing a lot of blood clotting. So you had respiratory distress, blood clotting, and inflammation. And so as a physician, those are easy conditions to treat. The difficult part was really attacking the virus. And at the time that I first looked, again in March, early March 2020, I found about 8 things that might work based on mechanisms. And so I think these are, like, in a sense, tools in the toolbox that we ought to be trying. So my first patient, I treated with hydroxychloroquine, erythromycin, vitamin D, aspirin, and steroids. And I literally was shocked when I went and talked about it that that people were really coming at me about the steroids, because anybody who treats respiratory syncytial virus and other viruses, the inflammatory phase is typically one of the most important phases. And of course, when Dr. Corey came out and said that, he was attacked mercilessly too. But to anybody who treats disease, it really, to me, I was kind of surprised to get attacked. I was getting attacked by people who really didn't know what they were talking about. So what I'll say is, as people who are listening, it's an inflammatory disease. It's a blood clotting disease. We have lots of medicines for inflammation. Why would you not treat inflammation as an outpatient? We have so many different drugs. Why would you not treat blood clotting? We have who gets admitted to the hospital for blood clotting? Maybe a day or two, and then you go back out. There's lots of things we have. Attacking the virus, you have to do that in the first week. And what has happened? We actually have drugs like remdesivir, which are being applied day 15 and 20. They have no chance of working. It's a one-trick pony. It has to work when the virus is replicating. So at that point, what I tell people is the problem is these drugs are, viruses and cancer cells are unique. They use our own machinery. So if you're not killing the virus, you're killing something. You're killing our mitochondria, you're killing our cells. So these are just strategies that it doesn't take a lot of thinking. As a physician, I literally am shocked to see people using these drugs, 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 weeks later. They can't work. So at the end of the day, I think the message that I kind of want to send is, as Dr. Cole said earlier, the virus isn't killing people. It's, in a sense, it's the viral particles creating the inflammation, creating the blood clots, the cars versus the car parts. So it's not dying from the cars, you're dying from the car parts. And we've had this the whole time, and I want to make one more, which I think is an important point. I would tell everybody, you can take any 2 drugs away, hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, and still save almost all the lives. And that's the end message. We have so many tools in the toolbox. That's the message I want everybody to hear. We can beat this disease. I'll give you one more caveat. As we went from Delta to Omicron, one of the things that happened, and we all we worked together as a team, in a sense, we recognized that Omicron did not employ TMPRSS2 binding. What that means, it's like, in a sense, the virus grabs onto cells and it uses an ACE2 receptor, and it also uses another receptor called TMPRSS2. It's a serine protease. The bottom line is, we realized that a lot of the drugs that we were using for Delta, we didn't need in this new disease. That's called the practice of medicine. We adjust. That's what we do. That's how we've always done it. And that's why an ophthalmologist can figure this out, because I had a big background in clinical medicine. I've treated over my career over 300,000 patients. And I'm going to say that I think what you found here, which I want to answer the last point that Senator Johnson made, is why is an ophthalmologist treating? Because patients were languishing at home. And I've treated over 1,600 patients because patients were languishing at home with no treatment for inflammation, with no treatment for respiratory distress, with no treatment for blood clotting. It's absolutely absurd, and I wasn't going to let it happen. And I think, as you see in this room, all of us feel the same. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Urso. I'm going to break protocol here because I'm in charge. Because there's another question I have. And this is the $64,000 question, and I'll have all of you answer it in some way, shape, or form. Why aren't other doctors using their medical skill? Why aren't they practicing medicine? Listen, I think it's appropriate to practice protocols. I mean, you're developing protocols and you're practicing them, but why haven't more doctors thought outside the box and, again, have the courage and compassion to actually treat patients as opposed to follow the compassionless guideline from NIH, just succinctly?
So, succinctly this, when we first came down in March, we were getting messages to go home. And some of those messages were really strong. They basically said, and this is the start, the fear came into doctors' hearts. They said in Texas, for instance, if you use PPE, that you might be criminally liable for interfering with an Emergency Use Act. And it was pretty scary. A lot of us were like, well, what are we going to do? And we're like, well, I guess I won't wear a mask. But that only continued. It was a coordinated attack creating fear, and doctors felt that. And many doctors are actually working in employed positions, and as time went on, they were told in no uncertain terms, if you use these drugs, you probably will be fired. And nobody had to tell them. They're smart people. You don't have to draw a map.
Well, we'll delve in the timeline in terms of when that initial fear, and let's face it, there was so much we didn't know early, but then we started finding things out to the point where we are now 2 years later. But I want to explore that timeline with all of you in terms of, because we have to diagnose what happened. Why are we today in the position we're in today with all we have learned? But we'll cover that. I'm going to have Dr. McCulloch kick off the next portion here.
I'm going to finish up just on this last bullet point on pillar number 2, which is home treatment. And I want to see a show of hands in the room. We have roughly 100 people in the room. How many of you in the room yourself have had COVID-19? Okay, it's probably about 70% of this room. How many of you in this room, recognizing there are doctors, there are PhDs, there are attorneys, media experts, other scientists, public citizens, how many of you personally have witnessed censorship, intimidation, or professional reprisal and damage as a result of your advocacy for patients? I want this to be recorded. That is 80% of this room have experienced something negative in their life in trying to promote and help compassionately something positive for patients suffering with a potentially fatal illness. I want to recognize Dr. Christina Parks, and I'm going to ask her to give a few brief comments regarding her experience. Christina Parks is a PhD in cellular molecular biology at the University of Michigan. She's been widely recognized as a leader scientifically in the African American community. Dr. Parks.
Hi, I just want to clarify, I do not currently work at University of Michigan. That's where I received my degree in cytokine signaling in 1999. Today I come both as an African American, as a scientist. As a scientist, it's quite baffling to me that we have an avalanche of data showing that it's the spike protein that causes the deleterious effects of COVID. All right? So, but we don't see any problem with putting genetic material into the cells of our body that tell it to make tons and tons of spike protein. Right? We're not adding a little bit like a traditional vaccine and then having your body make an antibody response. We've decided, let's just make the body just make tons of the spike protein. And we know that the spike protein is toxic. The Ginsha lab at Georgetown showed the spike protein signals through the ACE2 receptor, which usually doesn't signal at all, and that leads to pulmonary hypertension. This is causing inflammation. Evolio and at the Bristol Medical Center in the UK showed that the spike protein severely disrupts the functions of cells that support the heart. Maybe it's just me, but I want my heart cells to work right. Lee and all out of Hong Kong demonstrated the antibodies made to the spike protein cross-react with our own tissues so that many people, when they make antibodies to the spike protein, they're getting an autoimmune response that can be devastating. I could go on and on and on. We know the spike protein is toxic. Why are we having our bodies make it? As an African-American scientist, I'm extremely troubled about this one-size-fits-all approach to vaccination and vaccine mandates. There is now a growing body of data showing that people of African descent respond more vigorously to vaccines containing RNA viruses and may need a lower dose. This is Gregory Poland's work out of the Mayo Clinic. And basically, he showed that they have both a higher innate and a higher humoral response. And in order for those vaccines to be safe, we're looking at something like the MMR with measles, mumps, and rubella, all RNA viruses. They may need a lower dose because the higher dose, when you activate your immune system, it becomes inflammatory. If you activate it too much, it becomes hyperinflammatory. If you lack vitamin D, which most African Americans are deficient in, you cannot shut down that inflammation. So this is something that we should have been looking at, and we're not looking at. We have decided to do one size fits all.
Dr. Parks, just to keep it on track, and because we're going to get to the vaccines section
okay, I'm
in
sorry.
a little bit, but I want your comments just very briefly on African Americans and early treatment, your understanding as a scientist.
We need to have vitamin D. Right? We need to have vitamin D sufficiency. In fact, we need to have hydroxychloroquine. Not only is it's anti-inflammatory, but it actually modulates many of the predispositions for diabetes and hypertension that African Americans suffer from. So regardless of the fact that it's used as a to prevent viral replication and things like that, it can actually modulate the predispositions. And so why wouldn't you want to give it in order to stabilize things like blood sugar levels and in order to stabilize inflammation?
Very specifically, African Americans have double the mortality of non-African Americans, and the mortalities all happen in the hospital. Are African Americans, are they denied early treatment in the community?
Well, yes, they are. My dad just died. Right? He died Friday. Couldn't get a test, couldn't get monoclonal antibodies. We treated him at home. Unfortunately, we had an oxygen machine that didn't work. So his blood saturation went down to the point where he was incoherent. We called EMS. They said, your problem is your oxygen machine doesn't work. They put oxygen on him. He went to 98% saturation. We moved him to the hospital. He recovered all his cognitive functions. He was doing quite well. But he was no longer getting medications that reduce his inflammation. He was no longer getting medications that blocked the histamine response. He was no longer getting the medications that he needed, and he was no longer getting lung steroids. And he just declined and declined and declined until he passed away on Friday. And I say he passed away from lack of appropriate care.
Thank you.
Did you have no right to insist that your father was treated as a practicing physician?
I'm not a physician. I'm a PhD.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So, but you had no right as a family member.
No, they said these are our protocols, and this is all we'll do. I mean, we asked for those things specifically. In my father's case, things went fairly quickly. First, they